What's up, everyone? Welcome to the second day of the round robin phase for the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shay. Joining me is SK, please. SK, how are you doing, man?
I am doing great. I am again super excited now because I was looking forward to today's races because I was like, what time is it? What time is it? And then I thought I'll take a nap, but I'm very excited to see what we have in store today, considering that last race we had yesterday, because that was a very close race. That was a lot of action, and like you said, these are the best of the best now, and all the races moving forward are going to be just as exciting. We still have one whole day of racing today, and then we have another day of racing tomorrow. So that is something I'm looking forward to. And let's jump into the group stages.
Yep. Before that, let's walk you through the stream schedule for the entire tournament. We did start off stream initially on the 5th and 6th of September. I mean, sorry, 4th and 5th of September, if I'm not mistaken. The weekend, we had quite a few races that day. We did go on stream last weekend, though, 12th and 13th of September. A lot of intense action, 4 races on stream. So do check out the WODs if you haven't had an opportunity to watch those races live. We did have a surprise wildcard qualifier as well on the 15th of September. We did start off with the round robins yesterday, and we will continue today and tomorrow. And the top 10 races from the round robin will qualify over to the finals on the 26th of September. And this is what they're going to be fighting for. That's a lot of money at the line. 2,25,000 rupees in total. 1 lakh to the first place, 75,000 to the second place. Third place walks away with 50,000, and top 10 racers also walk away with Gazoo Racing merchandise. So a lot to play for the players. Let's have a look at the standings at the end of day 1 of the round robin. Fun Anywhere, Abby Tucker, Ancient Fleb, Abhi to Speed all got 1 wins each. They all got a second place finish as well, and they're all tied on 21 points. Moving down the order, Scissor, Shami, Nick the Gamer, Dheeraj, Jackster, and our KV round up the top 10 for now. It's gonna be pretty close up towards the top, especially towards that 8th, 9th, 10th positions. I think that is where the fight is going to be there at the end. But by the looks of things, we've already gone live with the qualifying. So let's just jump straight into it. SK, what are your predictions for today? Who do you think is walking away in the lead at the end of day 2?
I think my money is gonna be on Ancient Club, considering the fact that he did so well yesterday, and also Abhi 2 Speed and Abhi. I see Abhi Thakur, so Abhi Thakur as well. These 3 guys, I have my money on them. They've just been so consistent. You can see them at the top of the leaderboard as well. For me, it's gonna be Ancient Club, Abhi Thakur, and Abhi 2 Speed.
So I do believe in a similar outcome is what we might expect. I believe the top racers will continue to dominate, but the beauty of it is we've mixed up the groups now. So in this lobby, we not only have Abhi Thakur, we also have Abhi to Speed and Ancient Fleb. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to measure up against each other. In fact, Ancient Fleb and Abhi to Speed, both of them are neck and neck here, and Ancient Fleb rightfully just gonna hit the brakes, ensure that he does put himself a little bit of a distance between him and the racers ahead. You don't really want to go into that hot lap ever wondering whether he's gonna eventually have to give up on some time there to prevent a collision. And he's been putting in lightning fast laps. He did take pole in both his races yesterday. So I'm sure all the viewers tuning in are going to have very high expectations of him, SK.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the guy is very fast, like you mentioned, and he's also very consistent once he gets into the race, which is a very good combination of talent to have going into these round robin, because you need that consistency to keep you at the top of the leaderboard, and you don't want to be throwing away races. Like yesterday, I think the one race that he made a mistake, he really paid for, because he couldn't even come back into that race for the longest time, and he ended up taking second, even though he was the fastest in qualifying. So I guess overall, Ancient and Abhi Thakur and Abhi to Speed, these guys are very consistent in the races and very fast as well in the qualifying. It's going to be up to the rest of them to actually fight for the other points that are up for grabs.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much going to see the same trend we did yesterday, where pretty much the racer who does manage to get onto the front of the grid and make it past those first two turns will continue to stay up front almost certainly, and will have a much more relatively easier race compared to the middle pack. And I'm pretty sure all the socks are going to be off here, trying to get that fastest lap. For viewers who are tuning in, we in fact did have a mentor session earlier today with Amrut Kadam, where all the semi-finalists did get to pretty much sit with Amrut Kadam, discuss so as to how they should be pretty much dealing with the issues on and off track in motorsports, whether it is IRL or whether it is in an online setting. So I'm sure all these races have got a lot more wisdom now going into the two remaining races, and let's see if races like especially RKV, I think personally, me including quite a few of the other viewers tuning in as well, had a lot of expectation from him going into day one yesterday, and I'm very surprised that on both those races he only managed to make it to the middle of the pack. He was someone who completely dominated the practice races as well as the round one races as well. So he's right now about 7/10 of a second behind the leader Abhi to Speed, but it's just early days here in qualifying. A lot more time for him to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Abhi to Speed setting the fastest lap, so 2:17. That's a big improvement on his part coming in from day one. Because yesterday he was floating around the 2:18, 2:19 mark, but I think he did put in a lot of practice overnight, because he's improved that time by almost a second. And setting that 2:17.625 is going to be a very tall task for the rest of these guys to beat. And you can see Abhi Thakur as well, just a hundredths of a second slower. But the man to watch right now is going to be Ancient Pleb, because he is someone that can actually top that time. And what he's done is he's slowed down, he's let the whole pack pass, and now you can see him set his scorcher of a lap. He just was caught up by Nick the Gamer in the traffic going into Vidal last time around, so he let the whole pack pass, and now he's ready to set his fastest lap. And let's see if he can beat the time of 2:17. He's already set the best sector, 1:15, sector 1, moving into Schumacher. But he's gonna go wide. Maybe he's gonna lose a little bit of time. Yep, he's gonna lose a lot of time there. Goes wide on both the corners, and now going into the bend, tackles it perfectly. Good on exit, using a lot of the curb there. Now goes wide, back down into the right bend, and straight up towards Advent Arch. And it is gonna come down to Vidal. It is the best for him, 1:41 in sector 2. Let's see if Schumacher, the S cost him a little time, or was he able to carry enough speed? It's all going to come down to this corner. Hopefully he doesn't get a penalty. He hits it perfectly. Good on the execution. It almost looked like he went off there, but the last end corner now, and this is what it's going to come down to, the start finish straight. He looks very fast. It's very promising time. 2:16, and there we go, 7/100 of a second faster. Ancient Pleb takes P1 away from Abhi to Speed, and P3 is going to be Abhi Thakur. So this is what we were expecting going into this race. Ancient in his blue Supra, he's gonna hold it down, and he is gonna give you these fast laps once you give him enough space, and that's gonna be a 2:16.669. Which is 7/100 of a second faster than a V2 Speed's time.
Indeed, man. I mean, he did not panic initially. He ended up running into quite a bit of traffic on his outlap and his first qualifying lap as well. He basically just used those couple of laps to ensure that he gets himself a piece of track where he can push that car to the max, and didn't he came up super fast. It's a 0.751 of a second faster than a B2 speed now, and this has pretty much been the trend with Ancient Fleb and the rest of the pack. I think over the course of yesterday's race as well, he's almost always started off strong, and the rest of the pack has spent the rest of the qualifying trying to play catch up. We've also seen Ancient Fleb. He puts in a few laps here, dives into the pits, and comes back out and almost always goes even faster on the second set of fresh tires. And that pretty much always is going to throw the rest of the competition off their game, because they've got one target in mind. They're already looking at individual sectors and where they can pretty much chip off at that time and go faster. And all of a sudden Ancient Fleb comes out, goes even more faster, and the rest of the pack now has to completely readjust their strategy again. So he's been the front runner for most of day one. A B2 speed, he's been pretty fast himself. Winner at Interlagos yesterday. Let's see how he's gonna fare here on Nürburgring this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it does come down to the race as well, because we saw B2 Speed capitalize on that mistake that Ancient Club made in Interlagos, and he never gave that lead away. He kept that 2 second all the way throughout the end. So, again, even though the qualifying is a very integral part to start in the front row, you still need to have a very clean race if you want to secure the win for yourself. And we saw that with the example of Ancient Pleb. He did qualify P1 in Interlagos, but going into turn 3, he went wide, made a mistake, and Abby just capitalized and kept P1 for the rest of the race, and that's the reason they're all tied in first place, because all of these guys exchanged podiums pretty much. All 4 racers secured 1 first place finish and 1 second place finish, so they're all tied at 21. It's the rest of the pack that is going to find it much difficult, because the guys up ahead, they've got a very, very healthy lead in the round robin. It's the guys at the back that really have to fight for those single points, and I think that's where the real competition is going to come in. The guys who are in 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th, and as we say, that Abbey 2 speed is going to go wide. He did improve on his time, but I think Ancient Pleb also improved another 300ths of a second faster. So his new fastest lap is 2 minutes 16.381, which is, I think, the fastest we've seen in the whole tournament up until now. So big props to Ancient Pleb there. Let's see if Abbey 2 speed now is going to go into the pit, change his tires, because he did eat a bit of gravel there. Not the best set of tires now to continue, and yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to dive into the pits, get a fresh set of rubber, and so is Abby Thakur. Because both these guys, once you have those gravel on the tires, you don't really want to continue on them, because they just are much more slippery. RKV improving on his times, but he's still a whole second, 1.7 seconds off of the leader. So he has a lot of work to do in the next 7 to 8 minutes. So that's only going to net him about 3 laps around the Nürburgring, and hopefully, he can better this position, because right now he does look like he's in P4 and he's going to start on the second row. Dheeraj as well, Dheeraj Edge. Another guy that we have to watch out for, because he did secure a podium coming from 7th place yesterday. So Dheeraj very fast on race day, basically, right? And then his qualifying are not like the best, even though he was one of the fastest racers in his qualifying group. I think coming into the round robin, maybe it is a little overwhelming, considering all these guys are extremely good. But yeah, I want to see what Dheeraj is doing. And again, Azim is going to join us. Azim is also a fast racer, but it seems as though this time around Azim is really struggling. I mean, didn't expect I would see him all the way down in P8, but it is what it is at the moment. Hopefully he can recover in the next 6 to 7 minutes and get a better start going into the race.
I mean, the problem with Azim Clark is because of, I believe, some personal reasons, he couldn't attend both the races yesterday. So he's effectively got 0 points on the scorecard right now going into race Saturday and race Sunday. So if he's to realistically stand a shot of making it to that top 10 and qualifying to the finals, he's pretty much going to have to come top 2 in all the remaining races, give or take, and still pretty much have to hope that the rest of the races don't do as well in there. So he's pretty much got his back up against the wall, and starting P8, fourth row of the grid, is definitely not going to help his cause in trying to make it to the finals. Dheeraj, like you said, is not been the fastest in qualifying, but he's been consistently putting in fast laps during the race. He's also managed to make up quite a bit of spaces thanks to a few incidents that happened during turn 1 and turn 2. He always seems to come on the upside in those situations. So all eyes are gonna be on him if he does start the third row off the grid. There could be some spaces that he makes up, and more importantly, not only does he make up those places in that initial round, lap 1, he manages to hold on to it as well. We've seen some stellar race performances from him where he's managed to fend off the entirety of the midfield for pretty much more than half the race length. So that does take a lot of perseverance, patience, dedication at the end to be able to put that performance lap after lap and continue to hold on to your position. Let's see if that's going to be pretty much the same fortune here on day 2 of the round robin as well, SK.
Yeah, and if you keep an eye out on the qualifying, you can see our KV has improved his time securing a P3 now. He's 300ths of a second faster than Abhi Thakur. So Abhi essentially losing his position there. And Dheeraj, like we saw him on the last corner, kind of going off there. Maybe he needs another set of tires as well. He's eaten a lot of gravel in this qualifying. But I don't see any big improvements coming in from the rest of the pack, which is Nick the Gamer, Sanchit and Azim, especially Azim. This is the guy that was very fast during his qualifying, qualifier rounds. But, him in P8 is a very weird sight to see. Hopefully he can recover from that. The rest of the pack, I mean, Nick the Gamer, he's trying to put in some fast times, really not able to, and Ancient Pleb, he's sitting comfortably on top of that 216. I don't think anyone's gonna come close. A B2 speed has a very healthy chance, but I don't think the rest of the pack, they're almost like a second to 2 seconds off, and we can see Nick the Gamer almost 3 seconds off of Ancient Pleb's time. So there's something Ancient has over these guys in terms of track understanding, in terms of taking each of these corners and optimizing his whole racing line so that he can put in these scorching fast laps. And again, it's going to come down to the race. It's going to come down to corner 1. We know how chaotic the first corner is. We saw yesterday how a lot of people who had fighting chances got punted away early, and it's just, it's the world of motorsports. All these minor collisions do happen, and it all comes down to a reactive driver. And a good example of that would be Dheeraj. He saw all this chaos happening, maneuvered through all the traffic, and ended up securing a podium for himself, starting all the way from P7. So yeah, it is a good mix of qualifying and consistent races. They have 8 laps in the race, so anything can go right or wrong for each one of these racers. I'm just hoping we see a very close fight, at least in the mid pack, which is going to happen. But someone try and knock on Ancient Pleb's doors, because at this point he is untouched. He is he's in a league of his own, much faster than all the guys here, and just having a really great time at the top.
Yeah, he's continuing to set the pace here in qualifying. He's continued to stay a good 7/10ths of a second faster than the rest of the pack. Or KV, in fact, manages to make it into second. So he continues to push up the times here, and is, in fact, all the way up to provisional row 1 at the moment. So He's managed to redeem himself a little bit, almost ends up losing the car there, just about gets it back in control as he manages to make his way out of that end corner. Certainly has lost quite a bit of speed there, but looking at the times, they are lapping pretty fast here. Are KV, Abi2 Speed, and Abi Thakur, and pretty much anybody's race come turn 1 SK.
Oh yeah, I can see RKV like huge improvement from this guy this time around from P4 to P2. So props to RKV. Those fresh tires are definitely helping him out. And Abi2 Speed and Abi Thakur, I don't think they have a chance now. This is gonna be the Dheeraj is gonna be the one of the last few members setting in the lap before we call it. I think 1 minute 30 left on the clock before the qualifying comes to an end. But as of now, it's still Ancient Pleb in P1, RKV with that big jump from P4 to P2, Abi2 Speed in P3, Abi Thakur in P4, Dheeraj in P5, Nick the Gamer P6, Sanchit in P7, and Azim in P8. Azim not able to make any improvements as such, but yeah, let's hope that he can work some sort of magic in the race and try and put in a faster time.
Indeed, man. I believe we still have a minute only remaining of qualifying as we draw to a close of what has been again dominated by Ancient Flap up ahead. Our KV redemption for him as he finds himself at the front of the grid. Abi2 Speed is maybe trying to go for one final lap, and he's gonna completely whiff it. Yeah, he's gonna end up in the gravel there, but it didn't really matter. Yeah, he did not have the time.
Enough time.
All right, this is what they've played for. 20 minutes of qualifying comes down to this. Race 1 of Group A plus Group C. 8 racers, Ancient Fleb on pole, RKV, Abi2 Speed, and Abi Thakur up chasing behind him in second, third, and fourth. Dheeraj Edge, known for being an amazing starter on race. The lights go out, the 4 lights. A wonderful start from Ancient Fleb. All of them do get a decent start there, but Ancient Fleb seems to be able to accelerate straight into the racing line, moving into the first turn. It should have a relatively easy. We see contact there though, or KV Abi2 Speed. Abi2 Speed gets forced behind, and now he's gonna have to fend off Abi Thakur there at the back. Dheeraj, what a start again from 5th all the way up to 3rd at the end of turn 1. But Abi Thakur's gonna keep pushing for this. He does have the racing line, the inside line overtakes easily, and Dheeraj gets pushed all the way back to 5th, having forced to hit the brakes there to prevent collision. Abi Thakur just about holds it in and is gonna nice and cleanly tuck back into 3rd position. So we did not see too much of a shuffle there at turn 1, but boy oh boy, that seems scary there as Abi and RKV do make contact.
Yeah, so that huge contact between RKV and Abi2 Speed, I think he's safe in P5, but that could have cost him the whole race. Considering how wide, I feel like he attacked into that corner too early. RKV wasn't ready for it, and in his defense, he did close the gap. He did go on the inside, but that little nudge almost cost Abi2 Speed his race. But lucky for him, he's in P5 now. In the slipstream of Nick the Gamer, and I think he's gonna take him very early on the brakes there, Nick the Gamer, forcing Abi2 Speed to go a little wide, but you can see Abi already attacking towards the front of the pack. He's already secured his P4 again, even though he dropped all the way to P7, so it's safe to say that he's got a much faster pace, and now he's gonna try and hunt down towards the, try and reach at least the front of the grid, because let's just say in a lap or two, Ancient is gonna probably disappear into the distance, because he's already, I think, set a decent amount of gap between him and RKV, and Abi in trouble, I guess. We see a very slow Abi2 Speed all the way in 8th.
That is Unfortunate there. In fact, he's left the room as well. Not sure if there was a power issue of sorts, but considering he was one of the leaders, that is going to be very, very upsetting for him. He still, however, should continue to stay in the top 10 regardless of the result of this race. But that just is going to mean he's going to have almost no room for error in the 3 remaining races in the round robin for him. He's going to have to get back to the front of the leaderboard and continue to stay there in the remaining races if he's gonna have to make it to that final next Saturday, SK.
Oh yeah, for sure. He definitely has a chance. It's not like he's completely out, and he still has another race for today. He's secured himself 21 points already. I think this is definitely gonna put a little scare to his qualifying. But if he can come back and rejoin Interlagos and secure a podium, I'm pretty sure he will be able to qualify into the final leg now, the grand finals. But the one person that's looking really comfortable is going to be Ancient Pleb. He's got a free road ahead of him. He's already started pushing Akevi and Abhi Thakur now. They are going to fight for this because I feel like Abhi is not someone that will just let Arkevi have a smooth run. So he's going to try and attack as much as possible. And even here, 4th and 5th, there are points up for grabs for all of these guys. So racing and competing and taking these overtakes are very, very vital, very crucial for every single one of these participants.
Well, Arkevi, you're gonna continue to stay in second here. He's being chased very closely by Abhi Thakur here, who's just about 3/10 of a second behind him. Should be
penalty as well. Look at him, he's chasing the slipstream. You can see RKV trying to dodge it, but Abhi Thakur is like, I am going to try and get every bit of slipstream. Good defensive driving in coming in from RKV, but he does have a 1.1 second penalty that he has to serve. I think he will on these slower corners, but yeah, I think this is a good signal for Abhi Thakur to try and make the move.
Oh, 100%. Abhi Thakur, though, continues to just use that slipstream. He knows there is no hurry just yet to try and make this move. He's got a good part of 4.5 more laps to try and make this happen. So he's going to play the long game. He's going to play the patient game. And as I say that, he immediately tries to have a look down the inside. But Arkevi, he's done a fantastic job of readjusting his racing line as well. We saw his movement up towards the start-finish straight, almost always trying to move away from Abhi Thakur's line to ensure he doesn't get the maximum usage of that slipstream. Looks like Abhi Thakur still might end up getting that opportunity at the end of this lap, SK.
Yeah, he's close enough. He's got 500ths of a second, and I think on the start-finish straight, you need to be at least 200 or 300ths of a second behind for you to be. I think 200ths of a second is the perfect opportunity to grab that slipstream and dive bomb into turn number 1. But it's kind of weird because Abhi is having a very slow sector 2 compared to RKB. So I think maybe a lap or 2 is something that Abhi would look at, but I don't think Abhi's going to settle for P3 for sure. He is going to attack towards the P2 position, because that again is going to net him a bunch of points, and he'd rather be in P2 than P3 is what I'm thinking if you are Abhi Thakur. But the real disappointment is going to be a B2 speed, because he is also tied in the points up at the leaderboard. So yeah, it's gonna be a race between RKV and Abhi Thakur, and also Nick and Dheeraj. I see a healthy battle going there as well. And though Nick's picked up some penalties, I feel like Dheeraj will also continue to attack for the remainder of these 4 laps and try and secure some points, because this is the last 2 races for his group, and they have to give it their all if they want to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, Dheeraj is going to be a little disappointed though, up on how he managed to make his way out of turn two. In fact, at turn one, jumped up two positions straight up into the podium places, but he couldn't really hold on to it going into this very turn up at arena. He swings a little wide and pretty much had to back away from that fight, else he would have made contact, and there's a very good chance that he spins out and loses even more positions as he attacks Nix the Gamer hard on the outside. There's a little bit of contact, he almost loses the rear, but he holds the line here down the inside line towards the next turn, and Nick the Gamer almost loses the car himself there, but he's gonna have to be content with fifth at the moment as Dheeraj pulls off a stunning move there, and oh, looks like he's swung through a little too wide there. A contact at the inside line, and Nick the Gamer aggressively retakes back his position, but might have picked up a 0.5 second penalty doing that, and that might give an opportunity for Dheeraj here to attack straight back for that fourth position.
Oh yeah, you can see Dheeraj. I mean, he's just all over the track at this point in time. But I like how Nick is playing it out as well. He is gonna, continuously defend and attack whatever opportunity he gets, because I don't think Nick is someone that backs off. But whilst all this is happening, you can see Sanchit and Azim, like, they're just slowly but surely creeping away, and Nick makes a huge mistake there. Let's see if Dheeraj can capitalize going into the start-finish straight.
Yeah, Dheeraj, he's been all over Nick the Gamer here, all over his rear, waiting for even the tiniest of mistakes from Nick the Gamer to make that overtaking move. But as we come down the start finish straight, Dheeraj looking on the outside. We know he likes to brake very late in, use the apex early, and oh, Nick the Gamer almost tries to punt him there on the outside, and that in fact ends up costing him one more position as Sanchit Bal says, thank you very much, I'm going in, and immediately is on the attack onto Dheeraj here. Nick the Gamer though, what pace was that going into arena? He's immediately retaken back his fifth position, and he's all over Dheeraj Edge. Some amazing speed coming in, and even manages to retake fourth position in a matter of 2 turns there. What was that, SK?
Oh yeah, like I said, it is gonna be, as we say that, he's just gonna try and attack again. So this is a fun battle here at the back. 3-way battle, Sanchit, Nick and Dheeraj. It's just, I think, constant mistakes from either of the parties, and then the other kind of taking advantage of whatever is happening. And it's gonna be a back and forth dogfight towards the end. And even up ahead, if you look at Abhi Thakur, he's also trying, right? He's maintaining that 500s to 700s of a second gap, but I think he needs to get very close, like maybe 200s of a second going into the last corner, and then we will see him, because his sector 2 I've noticed is much slower than RKV, and RKV is just consistent throughout all the sectors, but he still has that 0.8 penalty, so the moment he slows down for that is when Abhi can really make a move. And I mean, up in front, Ancient Pleb, there's nothing really you could say. We've seen this man dominate all weekend, and this is going to be the third race where he is just up ahead 6 seconds, and he's gone. He's a goner. Like, even if he does make a mistake, I know for a fact he has enough time to recover from it. So he's a goner. The real battle here is going to be for P2, P3, and P4, because here you go, Nick the Gamer is going to attack again going into the start-finish straight, and this is going to continue because the slipstream's always there. Look at that. He's just going to try and dive bomb, even though he's a little too far. I hope they don't collide. But Dheeraj holds the line and now is going to secure P4. He's got a second between them. Azim, however, has moved up a position, but I think he really needs a couple of podiums here for him to really secure his spot going into the grand finals.
Indeed, man. Dheeraj, again, an amazing race coming from him from the middle of the pack, has managed to fend off Nick the Gamer, and now once pretty much this fight has settled down, he's managed to put himself a good 1.1 second ahead of Abby Thakur. Ahead of Nick the Gamer rather, but Abby Thakur is just so far ahead right now, 15 seconds. It looks almost impossible that he manages to make up that distance in this race, but fourth position wouldn't be too bad considering he did start P5 and Nick the Gamer was constantly all over Dheeraj, and it did look like Nick the Gamer was clearly the faster of the two racers for a good part of 2 laps there, but seems like Nick the Gamer is taking things a little easy as well, maybe looking after his tires to maybe try and make one last push here during the last 2 laps.
Yeah, he does have opportunity in those last 2 laps, but does he have it in him to take out RKV? Because I feel like RKV has made a huge improvement. We saw him jump from P4 to P2 in qualifying, and now with this race, he's being very consistent throughout all the sectors and holding back. Abby Thakur for the longest. Not an easy task considering Abby is someone that did have a first place and a second place finish yesterday. So yeah, this is. It's got 1.6 seconds, so I have a feeling Abby is dropping back slowly, and RKV is making that mad last push towards the finish, and he really wants to get this second place finish because he didn't have any podium finishes yesterday, so he's somewhere in the mid. He's 5th to 10th, I think, in the points. Ancient Pleb, they're picking up a 1.5 second penalty, but I don't think that should bother him much. He's got a 7-second lead on RKV. Dheeraj, I think, is going to maintain P4, and Sanchit is moved up now to P5. So Sanchit, who started in P8, moved up 3 places. Good race coming in from this guy, and he's also made a 2-second gap between him and Nick. So Nick is the one that really dropped from P4 all the way to P6. I wonder what's going on. Is it the too much aggression, or is it all the traffic that he had to deal with? Is what I'm wondering, because he did have a very good finish going into yesterday, but it seems as though he's struggling coming into Nürburgring on day 2. And again, it's a reminder to everyone that for a few of these racers, it is their last 2 races, and the last 2 attempts they have at securing enough points.
Oh no,
so
they do.
qualify.
So they do have attempts tomorrow as well.
As well?
So yeah. So all racers will be playing 2 races every day for 3 days. So
Oh, okay, every day for 3 days. All right.
Yeah.
I thought it's 4 races in total. My bad.
yeah, it's 6 races. So they do have an opportunity, but we've seen for a fact how competitive it is for those first 10 positions, which is pretty much held by RKV as well as Jackster, if I'm not mistaken, in those 2 positions. And both those guys pretty much had to fight from the back of the pack. In fact, Jackster had an unfortunate situation where he had to start back of the grid yesterday at Interlagos, and he still managed to make his way up, I believe, to 4th or 5th. It was a stunning race performance coming out of him. Last lap coming through. Last bit of opportunities coming up here for Abby Thakur to try and pass RKV, who's a good 2.2 seconds ahead. So unless RKV makes a pretty big mistake here, I think he's gonna be able to hold on to his second position. The fight down though, Dheeraj has managed to pull himself a good 3 seconds ahead of Sanchit Bal. Nick the Gamer is just not been the race for him. He was all the way up in 4th position, almost even contesting Abby Thakur, but since then he's gotten pushed down the pack, in fact sitting at 7th. Azim Clarke, it's a race for him to forget. I mean, he's given it his absolute best. Huge props to him, but he's been not fast enough either in qualifying or in the race to try and keep up with the front runners. So A little bit of a disappointing race for him, but take nothing away from Ancient Flap though. He's continued to put in fast laps here in the race as well. The last few turns coming up, he's gonna make his way through the Bilstein bend, flat out in that fast arch, having to pretty much brake harder coming up towards the Weedall chicane. Nice and clean, no need to push the limits at the moment. He is a race leader by close to 9.5 seconds right now, making his way through the end corner. Is gonna take the checkered flag and comfortably the first race here of day 2 of the round robin. Congratulations, Ancient Flap. The celebrations are on. RKV coming in, an amazing race coming out of him as well. Manages to close things off in second position. Behind him, Abby Tucker comes in a close third. Dheeraj, a hard-fought fourth position. He pretty much had to fend off the entire midfield for a good 2 to 3 laps early on in this race, but once he did that, he continued to put in consistent laps and continue to extend his lead. Nick the Gamer and Azim Clark close things off here at Nürburgring for the first race of day 2 for round robin, as the scorecard and the celebrations already beginning here.
I think with Ancient Flap, he's someone that's probably very used to these celebrations because he's just so fast around this track. And going into Interlagos, I just hope that he can redeem himself and not go through that corner and miss out what happened yesterday. So I hope he can avoid it and get another podium for himself or get another win for himself, because I think he deserves it at this point of time. He's very consistent, very fast, and Abby as well. Like, I'm very surprised that Abby wasn't able to attack because he's super fast on Nürburgring yesterday, right? He almost was fast enough to attack Ancient, and he did close in, I think, like 4-second gap once he was away from all the traffic on yesterday's stage. But this today he was kind of struggling in sector 2 a lot. I noticed that every sector 2 he was much slower than RKV, and RKV is the real surprise here. He came from P4 to P2. I mean, in qualifying he improved his time so much. He started in P2, almost punted a B2 speed away, but he secured himself that P2, so he should be really confident going into Interlagos, because he's somewhere in like 8th or 9th place now, but this P2 is going to push him up to the top 5 at least.
Yeah, I believe he was in 9th or 10th, so
Yeah.
Pretty much in that danger zone of that uncertainty whether you don't know if you're going to make it to the final race or not. And a second finish here on Nürburgring is definitely going to go a long way in pushing him up the leaderboard and making him a lot more secure moving into the remaining races today. This is the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India round robin stage day 2. We're just done with race 1. One more race coming up for this group itself. We're going to be moving on to Interlagos, so don't go anywhere. Let's take a quick break. See you folks in just a bit. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shetsaya. Joining me is SK, please. SK is an amazing race one for day two of the round robin, which pretty much saw Ancient Fleb do what he does best, get the fastest lap during qualifying and outright dominate the rest of the competition during the race.
Yep. We expected that from him, and he did deliver because he's qualified first, 2:16, the fastest lap on Nürburgring we've seen throughout the tournament, and he just got away to a very good start, and that kind of saw him just lead the race from start to finish. But the surprises from that race one was basically that our KV was the one that took P2 all the way from P4. Then we had Abitu Speed who dropped out of the race, and then Abhi Thakur taking P3. So those are like the people to watch out for also, because these are the guys that are putting in very good times, and RKV is one guy that's improved a lot coming in from day one. So big props to him, and as well as Dheeraj. He tried early on to try and catch up, but I think he ended up finishing in P4 if I'm not mistaken, and P5 was Sanchit, P6 was Nick the Gamer. Nick the Gamer as well had a very good qualifying session, but in the race wasn't able to keep his position, and we saw him drop down all the way to P7. We're gonna see a big difference in that scoreboard, at least in the bottom section. But I feel for now, Ancient Pleb is the person to beat, and it is gonna be up to the likes of Abitu Speed, Abhi Thakur, and RKV to make something happen.
Indeed, man. I mean, we did see a very, very close race the last time around, especially for the mid pack, where I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, Dheeraj Edge, in fact, who did come out on top really well. After that initial tussle, he managed to pretty much lap super fast and eventually put enough distance between him and the rest of the pack. So big props to him. Let's quickly go through the schedule so far for the tournament on stream. So we've had close to, I believe, 6 days of action already, and it's been by and large very close races, especially yesterday. The first 2 days that did happen off stream and the 2 days on stream, I think we did have quite a few races where a few of them managed to move ahead of the competition. The top two from each race qualifying over to the second round, that is the round robin, where 24 races, the top 24 of the country, battle it out to try and make it to that top 10 on the leaderboard. That does get you into the final race that will happen on Saturday. We did also have the introduction of Interlagos, which is where we are going to be heading into after. In fact, right now, in just a bit, where most of the days we did see them not being as comfortable on that track as they were yesterday. I think some of that was down to the fact that we haven't really seen too much of these racers on the track for this particular session, rather, on Interlagos, and I'm pretty interested to see how things play out here. SK, what are your predictions for this race?
Yeah, I think going into this race, it is again going to be Ancient Pleb that's probably going to qualify, at the top, because he did set a scorcher of a lap yesterday. But Abhi Thakur, he's the one that actually, sorry, Abitu Speed is Abitu Speed back? 'Cause I
Abitu
don't
Speed, I believe, has come back in.
because he's the one that took the podium away yesterday in Interlagos. So
Yep.
I think he has a very strong chance to, um, you know, kind of put Ancient One in an uncomfortable position. But I feel like, yeah, if Ancient One is allowed to get a start like what he did in race number one, he's gonna just take it away and He seems like a guy who knows what he's doing. So yeah, my bets are on Ancient Pleb, RKB, and Abitaku P1, 2, and 3, unless something really drastic happens in the first corner, and we see a big shuffle uh, in that sense.
Yeah, I was in fact slightly disappointed last time around for I believe it was Abhi Thakur who did DC out midway.
Abi2 speed.
Oh, Abhi to speed rather,
Yeah.
whom DC'd out. So that was very unfortunate to say the least. He was, I think, all the way at the middle pack, I think about fifth position. It does get very tricky to try and make a positions, especially with Dheeraj, who was lapping the way that he did, and someone that we know for a fact doesn't really. Not necessarily the fastest during qualifying, but boy, oh boy, aren't these guys fast during the race itself. So, again, something that we've, in fact, Amrut Kadam also discussed during the mentor session earlier today was the fact that you don't necessarily have to be the fastest in order to get good results. You need to be the one that is consistent. Race speed and qualifying speeds are two completely different things, wherein you don't necessarily have to push the boundaries every single time during qualifying. What it does is mess up your momentum as well for a fair bit. In fact, qualifying is already live. Let's just straight up jump into the action without any further ado. And so, yeah, as I was talking about the fact that qualifying and race times are completely different. Chances are you're not really someone who can take every small 100th of a second off at some of these sectors, but during the race, your instincts are pretty much amazing, where you know exactly how to avoid collisions, when to make that overtaking move. Two aspects, qualifying and race, which are completely different, and at the end of the day, the result at the end of the race is what matters, SK. That is all that is going to affect your score on the leaderboard. So I think eyes on the prize is going to be the game here for especially races like Dheeraj and Sanchit, who are not necessarily the fastest during qualifying, but do they make up for that though with blistering pace during the race?
Oh yeah, some of these guys, like as you rightly mentioned, Dheeraj, he's someone that's very calm during the qualifying, but in the race he's much faster, which is kind of weird because you do kind of replicate your qualifying times as well. But Dheeraj, on the other hand, there's a lot more cars around him. He looks as though he shines, and RKV as well. I think he's one guy to watch out for. He's made a huge improvement coming in from day one. He's had a very brilliant day two, finishing in P2 on the first race, and he's looking much better than what he did yesterday, where he was actually battling in the back of the pack for like 5th, 6th, and 7th. So this is a nice improvement from RKV, and let's see if he can secure another podium because this time around we do have a B2 Speed rejoining us, and hopefully a B2 Speed as well can secure himself some points to try and lock in his top 10 position.
Yeah, I mean, Abhi to speed, it's redemption time for him. He's gonna have to make up with points here in this race. It's gonna be the final race for him for day two, and let's see if he can continue to hold on to that P2, maybe even improve on it as we progress through the rest of this practice session, which is used for qualifying. Right now, RKV, a second of the pace. Ancient Fleb again setting the pace fast as he comes down towards that lake descent, almost losing it on that fast left turn. A hairpin, which I do believe is the trickiest part of the circuit. It's a long, slow curve here where you're cutting down speeds all the way down. In fact, I believe that is a third gear there for that turn, but coming in through the small pine tree. You're gonna continue with some quick, fast, and right-hand curves here where you're accelerating and decelerating pretty much in the gap of a few seconds. There, RKV actually just lets Abby Thakur go by. So RKV wasn't really on his hot lap there. As a gentleman's agreement on the racing track, you don't really want to impede a fellow racer who is putting in his hot lap. Abby Thakur, let's look at how his time is going to be. He's about 9/10 of a second slower than Ancient Flabia, but let's see if he can improve on this coming down towards bleachers into the start-finish straight. He's probably going to be hugging the pit lane entry, and yeah, does not get a significant improvement. He's pretty slow there. So he's going to continue to stay in third position, SK.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a very similar Interlagos as of yesterday, which was, we've seen this. This was a exact carbon copy of the qualifying with Ancient Pleb with that 147 in first, and then we have Abhi2 Speed, and then we have Abby Thakur and RKV. RKV is the different name here because I think it was Dheeraj who qualified much faster than RKV, and then we have Dheeraj in 5th, Nick the Gamer in 6th, 7th Sanchit, and 8th Azim. So yeah, I feel like if the first corner, it is all coming down to the race and the first corners, and as we say that RKV is going to lose a lot of grip and hit the side wall, so I'm guessing he does have to go in for a fresh set of tires. Meanwhile, on board with Dheeraj here, again struggling with the braking, brakes way too late into that corner, but got a decent amount of speed exiting, and he is trying to hunt for a higher position. He doesn't want to be sticking around in a P5 because a guy who starts in P6, P5, ended up getting a podium. I think Dheeraj, if he can get a better lap time, has a good chance at going in for P1, P2 as well, because he's a very aggressive driver in the races. So I hope he could, he just needs to bring that same sort of aggression onto the qualifying sessions as well. On board now with RKV, who's gonna hit the wall. Ouch! Okay, that's a very crazy entry into the pit lane. But he just tags the wall and completely destroys his car. But lucky for him, the damage is off. It's just cosmetic. So he's gonna drive the car out with a fresh set of tires. So we see Abby Thakur, we see RKV, both these guys going in for fresh tires, and I'm guessing if someone does threaten Ancient Pleb's time, he will do the same thing, which is go in for a fresh set of tires and try and better his time. But for now, it is Abhi2 Speed that's a whole second off of Ancient Pleb in P1, and then we have Abby Thakur P3, KV in P4, Dheeraj in P5, Sanchit P6, Nick the Gamer P7, and Azim Clark P8. None of them able to better their times as of now, so the qualifying times remain the same. The qualifying positions remain the same, but let's see if we get it with 6 minutes left in qualifying. Can any of these guys topple each other in terms of the qualifying positions?
Yep. As of now, though, Ancient Fleb continues to stay up front. In fact, he's a good 1 second ahead of Abhi2 Speed. The first turn here in Interlagos is also tricky, if not trickier than Nürburgring. So gonna be interesting to see how some of these races are gonna approach Senna S. Last time we did see a small bit of collision. I think our KB was very lucky there to not end up losing a lot more than he did. I think he lost a position or so and was able to make it back up during race time and comfortably able to finish in second due at Nürburgring. Let's see if he can replicate that performance here again, though, as Ancient Fleb heads into the pits. It's gonna give him fresher set of tires. Should have enough time for 2 more laps. I believe they have 8 more minutes remaining in qualifying, so it's gonna be a couple more laps at least that he's going to be able to get here to try and push the lead even further. RKV is in the second row right now in fourth position. Opposite straight, coming straight down, he does spot another fellow racer ahead of him. Gonna be interesting to see if Nick the Gamer is actually gonna go ahead and challenge RKV here on the track, or whether he's gonna let him continue his hot lap, because the hairpin here is pretty tricky. And up at low speeds, Nick the Gamer, I think he should be able to make an overtaking move on the outside, but that will cost him some time, as he's not going to be able to get past him. He's going to have to slow down a little bit, and that is going to be the flying lap considerably affected there for RKV. That time around, no harm, no foul. He's still got a decent amount of time to maybe put some distance to Nick before he does attempt another hot lap the next time around. You're going to stick with Abby Thakur here coming down towards the bleachers and the start finish straight. It's a considerably slower lap, so I'm guessing that was he was using an additional lap as an out lap there.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's exactly what he was doing, and I think this... Okay, he does lose a lot of time there. I think that is just gonna be a lap deleted again. Very bad entry going into the Senna as there. And now he's sliding all over the place. So I don't think this is gonna be another fast lap for Abby. So he's kind of struggling this time around. Not able to find, just the entry onto the first corner. And braking here as well. He was a little late on the brakes, which means he's gonna use a lot more time slowing down than he would want to. But yeah, Abby Thakur, KV, none of these guys have really exchanged any positions. Everyone's just stayed in their same qualifying positions. Ancient Play up in first, and all the way down to Azim up in eighth. I don't see anyone improving or bettering their time. So I have a feeling like, since we have only about 2 minutes left, there's just one surprise lap that could really happen here. And that is going to come down to either a B2 Speed Abby or KV to try and make something happen. Because 147 at the top there, I think Ancient is safely kind of secured his qualifying.
Oh, for sure, man. Ancient Pleb. I do see his lead at the top, though, having gotten cut down to half. It's only about 0.5 of a second now ahead of RB2 Speed. So RB2 Speed, after his previous drop towards the pits, has managed to go a lot more faster on the fresher set of tires. Is continuing to push the limits. It's actually pretty astounding so as to how much they can use the curb there on the exit out of Senna assets. A lot of the curb, in fact, almost the entire car on the curb there, allowing them to be able to exit that much faster. And looks like Ancient Fleb has managed to get his fastest first sector in so far, a purple. Let's see if he can continue to improve as we stick with him here, coming down towards Horseshoe. Decent turn, almost goes away, almost loses it on the exit as well. They're having to readjust back out, going towards Small Pine Tree. Doesn't look very clean, but then Ancient Fleb always manages to get that time regardless. A quick turn back out again. He swung wide. He's definitely lost it this time around. He was completely on the edge for that entire lap. Looked like he was gonna pretty much spin out on a couple of occasions, but third time, is not gonna be as lucky, as Abby Thakur and even Abi2 Speed are gonna pretty much overtake him, as Ancient Fleb now, I think, is gonna settle back down. Try and pick his pace up here yet again, coming down the start finish straight and start maybe putting in, they don't have in fact time for another lap by the looks of things is just about 3 minutes remaining. So I think the front three runners coming in through the start finish straight definitely going to have one more shot at it. Looks like Ancient Flip isn't really going to try and attempt it. He's more than happy with his 0.5 second lead that he does have at the top. Abitu speed though, can he improve even further?
I think there is a good chance that he can bring that 500 second, but I feel like Ancient is gonna be the one that's gonna hold this P1 because he's just way too fast. I don't know where he's gaining all this time, but he's definitely faster than all these guys in certain sections, and that's the reason you will see him always up on top with that best qualifying time. And this time it's 147. I think he did a 146 yesterday, so he's about 500ths of a second slower than his previous yesterday's time. But it is a very good effort from him, and he's gonna be happy to start at the front because going into the first corner it is a hard left, right? So if he gets a good start and he gets to pull away, I think he's gonna have a very comfortable race.
Indeed, man. However, it has been tricky for racers who are starting P1 and P2. We've seen a couple of situations where they're not as fast off the grid, and there's just way too much pressure going down into turn one, where you either push for it and hope that the contact doesn't push you off the track, or you pretty much back away, give away a position or two and play the long game. And it's going to be interesting to see how Abitu Speed and Abhi Thakur deal with this situation. Ancient Flip is cruising around, he knows, yeah. He's got pole yet again. 4 races, 4 pole position starts. He's super fast, isn't he?
Yeah, he must be feeling really confident going into the grand finals as well, because what a showing in the round robin. And like you said, he still has 2 more races. Anyone that's gonna qualify 6 times in P1 is just gonna be super confident, and I don't think that's a will that you can break very easily.
Fun Anywhere can replicate that later today. He got 2 pole positions yesterday as well. Managed to get stay with pretty much Ancient Fleb throughout yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see. And Ancient Fleb has shown us that he is a mere mortal, SK. We did see him make that one huge mistake during, I believe, lap 1 yesterday. It was in fact on Interlagos that cost him 2 positions. He was eventually able to make back 1 position, but that was pretty much it. So let's see if he gets off clean. I see Nick the Gamer at the back didn't get the best of starts. In fact, decided to push up a little bit. Seems like we might have a small spectator bug there. Let's just jump straight back in. Oops. Just give us a moment, we might have to reconnect back onto that. Excitement everywhere, SK.
I was literally taking a water break because I was like, okay, something does look wrong there, because we went.
All right, we're actually back
off the line. Okay, we're back. There we go.
All right.
So good. I think that was a good start. Ancient Pleb, Abitu Speed, Abhi Thakur, RKV, all maintaining their positions. Dheeraj as well. Azim has jumped up to 6th, Sanchit in 7th, and I think Nick the Gamer was the one that dropped off just as we had that spectator bug there. So Nick dropped all the way to P8, and now Abhi Thakur here serving a bit of his penalty is gonna drop down. For some reason, I see Dheeraj's car up ahead. I see Dheeraj's car in P3, but it shows P5. See, if you look at RKV's point of view, Dheeraj says it's P5,
yeah,
but he's actually up in P3. So, a bit of a game glitch here, I'm guessing. But, yeah, let's see at the end of the race if it does correct itself. But for now, it does look like Ancient Pleb is starting to chip away slowly and move ahead, while Abitu Speed is going to try and chase him down because, Shane mentioned yesterday, Ancient Pleb did make a huge mistake in that Senna S, and Abitu Speed capitalized, and it looked very similar. Just like what we're looking at right now, because Abi was chasing down Ancient, and Ancient went wide, which meant it was complete capitalization from Abitu Speed. This time around, however, takes the left perfectly, takes the right perfectly as well. So Ancient doesn't make that mistake this time around on lap 2. Probably Abitu Speed is hoping that he'd make that mistake somewhere down the line. But for now, it is going to be unchanged, and Dheeraj, who looks like he's in P3, the game shows us he's in P5 as a second penalty as well. Good on Dheeraj if he's actually in P3, but our KB is very close behind. He's got a brilliant exit there, so he's gonna catch up a lot of distance towards Dheeraj, and up in front as well. Ancient Pleb using a lot of the track, but this guy, I don't think he's someone that makes a lot of mistakes. But Abitu Speed is gonna continue putting that aggression towards him.
Yeah, Ancient Fleb is almost always regarded as someone who is very consistent in his lap times, but we've seen him make that one huge mistake yesterday. I mean, you can be an amazing racer, but these guys are pretty much driving their cars on the edge. It is just that one small split second of a mistake that might actually cost them the entire race itself. So as long as Abby can continue to stay close behind him and continue to put the pressure and see if he can maybe force a mistake out of Ancient Fleb, which doesn't seem like it's likely this time around, as Ancient Fleb is looking very fast around. He's got a good 1 second lead to Abitu Speed at the moment, so it's going to be in a pretty darn good position here, SK.
Yeah, and I think Abby as well now starting to make his attack. So even though Ancient's comfortably in first, I don't think Abby's someone that's gonna stick. And look at him, he's gonna move. It shows P3. I think he's in P4, right behind our KB. But looking at the pace that he is going at, I think P3 is just a couple of laps away if he's able to string together some consistent fast laps.
Indeed, man. Is this going to be a question of Abby here putting his head down, continuing to lap first, or KV ahead of him is in third position? He did finish second in the previous race, so there's going to be a lot of expectations from him to try and make up speed here, as Abitu Speed is a good 2 seconds ahead of our KV there, and he's hot on the heels of Ancient Fleb. They do have decent bit of distance between them, so Abitu Speed doesn't really have to worry too much about getting pressured from behind. Is going to allow him to try and push the boundaries without being in any threat of getting challenged right away. So
yeah, I think the safe thing to do for him is to keep this distance, because I have a feeling he's not gonna really catch up to Ancient, because you can look at that sheer pace on Ancient. He's already kind of opened up a decent gap for himself. So Abitu Speed is gonna look at just maintaining P2 without possibly grabbing some more penalties from corner cutting, because if that does happen, he is gonna get he's gonna get threatened. But if you look at the mini-map, or if you look at the circuit on the top right, there's a very big distance between Abitu Speed and the rest of them. And Nick as well. I don't think Nick is having the best of races. Not seen him in P8 all the way behind there. It's just all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, Azim Clark, who was all the way at the back of the pack last time around, SK. This time, he's managed to redeem himself to an extent. He is up himself to 6th position, so not too bad. Dheeraj however, right now is pretty much in fifth position. He's chasing up Abby Thakur and RKV, who are straight up ahead, locked in a duel themselves. They have been for a good part of a couple of laps now. And what this has done is pretty much moved the pack into three sets. We have the two stragglers all the way at the back of the pack. We have a three-way push here up in the middle, and then it is Abi to Speed and Ancient Fleb fighting up ahead at the top of the leaderboard. Let's move on over to Ancient Fleb and stick with them through a race lap here through Interlagos, coming straight down the start-finish straight, braking very hard in towards Senna. It's very tricky turn considering both the angles are very different, using pretty much the curves on both the entry and the exit. They're coming down towards the opposite straight. Seems like he has picked up a little bit of penalty there. Not really sure why that was. Maybe that might have been him using a little bit too much of the curb there on the first turn out of Senna S, but coming straight down the start finish, coming down towards Horseshoe rather, very tricky again. Late on the brakes is gonna allow him to continue to stay on the curb, shoots back wide out, should be pulling back in and trying to use the apex on the turn there. Every single bit of the track used. Turn in towards the small pine tree, again exiting back out using the curb. The full turn in towards a duckbill, accelerating fast, just about missing the grass there on the exit. Every single centimeter of it used, and he's going to swing a little wide. Let's see if that actually affects his time though. Ancient Fleb is still going to be very fast coming in towards Cafe down the start finish straight. Fast time all around is gonna.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of a clean, perfect lap where he didn't really make any mistakes, and I guess that's the reason he's also right at the front of the pack here, very comfortable. A B2 speed as well, kind of following in his footsteps with the identical matching blue Supra, and then Abhi Thakur and RKB in third and fourth. If you look at Ancient Pleb, if you watch him on board, he's not really. It's like it's very clean. His cornering is clean. His exits and entries are clean. So this is someone that has a lot of experience going into this tournament as well. So big ups to this guy for first place qualifying in 4 races, and then he's secured 2 wins in 2 second. He secured 2 wins and 1 second place. So hopefully he wants to make change what happened yesterday and try and secure that P1 in Interlagos today. But RKV, this is the person to watch as well, because it shows that he's in 4th, but I think RKV is in P3 right behind a
Yeah.
P2 speed and being hunted by Abhi Thakur. So Abhi Thakur here, not the, I was just gonna say not the best results, but I did realize Abhi Thakur is this close to RKV, so he is bringing the pressure now, and he's gonna try it all over the place, hits the grass, and he's gonna lose a lot of time there. So all the time that he gained onto RKV, he's going aggressive. RKV is giving him that bit of space. Respect from both these guys here, not getting too aggressive and having any sort of contact whatsoever. Start finish straight. This is where we'll see the difference, because Abhi Thakur does have the slipstream advantage going in, but will he dive bomb is the real question. Takes the inside line there, gonna get much closer to the wall. Now he's gonna tuck himself into that slipstream, but is it gonna be enough? I don't think so, because RKV is gonna go defensive there, and he might be able to get enough speed going into these 2 corners here, because it feels as though RKV is gonna go wide there. Yup, he almost went wide. But look at the amount of speed from Abhi coming into the exit of this corner. He does have higher speed, but the backstretch, it's not long enough for him to make anything happen. Late on the brakes, but I feel like that's a little too late. He forces RKB as well to go late on the brakes there, so you saw RKB sliding around towards the outer section. But good racing here. Just 2 laps remaining for Abby Taku to close this move. So the pressure is really on RKB to hold his position.
Yeah, RKV under tremendous amounts of pressure here. We did see him use that. Oh no! That on the exit there, I think, in fairness to Abby Thakur, uh, I think RKV ended up breaking a tad bit too early there, and nothing that Abby Thakur could do to get out of the way. But that has somehow worked in favor of our KV here, who's now managed to put himself a decent bit of distance ahead. The slipstream's not going to be as effective now. Our KV, we did see him use this technique the last time around as well out at Nürburgring, where he moves off the racing line, especially at the start-finish straight, where you ideally, as someone who's following the runner up front, you want to try and make that overtaking move into turn one using the slipstream. And RKV has done a fantastic job of being able to deny that time, and again is not close enough here. Abby Taco to try and make that move this time around. It is the final lap, and Ancient Pleb is probably gonna be the first racer in the Toyota Supra GT Cup Asia India to make this 2 out of 2 on a race day. I mean, he was so close to doing it yesterday when he did take pole up at Interlagos, and make no mistake, he was lightning fast on the circuit, but one small mistake up at Senna S did end up costing him valuable track positions. In fact, got bumped down to third, had to fight his way back to second. But today, it's been a flawless performance.
I think it's redemption at its finest, because that small little error cost him like the whole race. But this time around, he made sure that he's just had a clean, fast race all along. You can see the distance that he's built up towards a B2 speed as well. Comfortable gap there, and a B2 speed also. Unfortunate that he had to disconnect the first race, but securing a second place in the second race, that is gonna give him a big feel-good factor. P3 and P4, that's where the real race is at. Into the final stretch. If you have a look at Abby and RKB, he's trying, but I think he's a tad bit too far. So RKB is gonna end up in P3, and there we go. We can see the results now as it reflects. RKB in P3, Abby Thakur in P4, Dheeraj in P5, Zeem is gonna finish in P6. Sanchit in... Is it gonna be a Zeem or is that Sanchit? I'm a little confused there.
Yeah, I believe that might have been Sanchit there who did go over the finish line. But regardless, Nick, it's gonna be a disappointing day. He did come third yesterday, in fact, on Interlagos. Put in some very...
Oh, so Nick in 6th. Okay, so Nick in 6th, 7th Sanchit, and 8th Azim. So... Yeah, bit of a mix-up there because of the spectator bug we had early on, but that is just a very good second race coming in from these guys. Ancient, I mean, man, if you're watching, you are possibly en route to like win the whole thing, considering how consistent this guy has been. 2 out of 2 for today, and then he got a podium. I mean, he got a win and a podium yesterday, so this guy is going to be at the top of the table, and he's going to be really confident going into day 3. The rest of the guys, however, have a lot to fight for. Top 10 positions go to the final, so it's not the end of the day for any of them. Still 2 more races remaining, like you said, and it's anybody's game down at the bottom 5, which is going to be 5th to 10th place.
Yeah, man. It's Ancient Fleb now cementing his position at the top. He's got 3 out of 4 race wins so far in the round robin, and he's going to be a clear favorite now. Everybody's going to have their eyes on him. He's going to be the man to take down, at least going into the last day of the round robins. But we yet to see fun anywhere take the
Oh
stand.
yeah.
He was pole twice yesterday on his two races. One came in second in his race at Interlagos. Again, another racer who had one small tiny mistake where he hit the gravel for a second and spun
Yeah.
out. So he can pretty much repeat what Ancient Fleb did today and join him at the top of the leaderboard with 3 wins himself. Will that,
Yep.
however, be the reality? We're going to have to wait out and see. We're going to take a quick break. About 30 minutes time, we'll be back again with 2 more races for you. It is going to be groups B and D. First going on Nürburgring and then on Interlagos to close out day 2. Thoughts on the races that we just did witness, SK?
Brilliant race, man. I mean, very clean race coming in from the guys at the top of the pack. The rest of them, however, tried their best. But unfortunately, they did secure. I mean, they secured points at the end of the day. I think that's what really counts. And hopefully, they can work on themselves like tonight and then bring like a proper A game going into tomorrow.
Indeed, man. With that, this is the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. The round robin stage is in fact, it's exactly at its midway point. We've done with 6 races and we have 6 more races to go. 2 more today coming up. The action's just about getting heated here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break. See you folks then. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. It is time for Group B plus D. I'm Shades here. Joining me is SK, please again. SK, what are your thoughts on the two races coming up?
Hey man, let's see what they have, because the first two races were very calm compared to day one. So going into these two races, I hope there's some chaos because who doesn't like those chaotic first corners and crazy competition? Because I felt like the first two races were very chill compared to day one. So I'm hoping the this group can bring us the heat and bring us some sort of entertainment.
Yeah, man. I mean, Fun Anywhere is going to be coming in.
Oh
He's going
yeah.
to try and replicate what Ancient Fleb did the last time around. In fact, the racers, all of them are already on their outlap. So without further ado, let's actually jump straight into qualifying here. We're going to have Fierce B, Meister, VA, Cesar, Fun Anywhere, and Shammy 94 rounding up the lobby here for races 3 and 4 for today. It's gonna be interesting to see if Fun Anywhere can continue to ride that momentum now that Ancient Fleb has set the benchmark. He's sitting at 3 out of 4 wins. Fun Anywhere, 1 out of 2 wins, but he does have 2 races ahead of him here. He does have stiff competition, though. We did see Fierce B come in a close second yesterday. In fact, on Nürburgring itself, a very fast racer. Someone who pretty much is very similar to Dheeraj Edge in aspects such as not being very quick during the qualifying, but has tremendous pace during the race, and it's going to be something that Fierce B is going to rely on as well here going into Nürburgring. A track that many of these races are very comfortable on. They've played a lot of practice sessions, first round matches, even round robin races yesterday here. So they're pretty much going to be on what I would pretty much consider something very similar to home turf here. Fun Anywhere, the man who's gonna have all eyes on him here. He's gonna be expected almost to try and get poles on both the upcoming races right now. He's gonna be on his first hot lap here. He does have, however, VA ahead of him. VA, who's been considerably slower both in qualifying and the race compared to the rest of the competition, even yesterday. So Fun Anywhere, I don't think he'll be able to get this overtaking move nice and clean without losing a lot of time. In fact, already there you see him in towards circuit 2, not 100% on the throttle there, having to readjust to VA's pace. Making his way back out as Fun Anywhere maybe making an overtaking move here towards the Dunlop hairpin. He's gonna have a look down the outside, and yeah, that's as smooth as it gets. We actually ends up pushing a little too wide there, and Fun Anywhere gets the better exit, coming out towards the Schumacher S. A lot of pace. It's not gonna be a hot lap though. But considering that he's got a lot of distance now to the racer ahead of him, I think he is going to be able to put in a hot lap the next time around. Now look at Cesar. He's having some traffic himself ahead of him. I believe that's Meister, the yellow Supra RZ20. He's going to go a little too wide there. You see the gravel come off, and maybe an opportunity here going into the end corner. In fact, Meister is going to go a little too wide there at this contact. Oh no, Meister probably not paying any attention to the rear view mirrors there, doesn't see Cesar coming through, but no harm, no foul. It is qualifying. Damage is purely only visual, so it shouldn't be too much of a trouble. Let's stick with Fun Anywhere here for a hot lap through Nürburgring. We have him coming in lightning fast here, only to brake super hard going into Yokohama turn here. A slight change compared to the 24-hour circuit and the GP circuit is the fact that on the 24-hour circuit you do have the Yokohama S there, a slight S bend connect onto circuit 2. However, on the GP circuit, that is barriered off. You in fact take the hard turn across and come down to a fast sweeping, very tricky arena turn instead as you make your way back and connect towards circuit 2 here. Another hard brake down as you have to make this right hand turn all the way down towards that Dunlop hairpin. Fun Anywhere, definitely far off his quick pace that we've seen yesterday and in round 1. So quite a bit of improvement maybe to come from him. A lot of scope at least as he comes up towards Schumacher S. Using all of the curb, maybe even a tad bit too much there, but just about touches the gravel. He's pushing the edge. He knows he wants to try and save every bit of time as he can, and he might have just pushed it a tad bit too much, but let's see if he can still make this up because it's only 0.1 of a second behind Cesar at the moment. A fast approach here towards the arch, nicely done there, continuing to maintain pace, hitting top speed before braking hard here for the Weedall chicane. How's the approach? Nicely done. Perfect exit coming in towards the end turn. Decides not to use the apex, instead is gonna stay in the middle of the track. Now it is just throttle super hard down the start finish straight. It is a personal best, but it is not faster than Cesar, who continues to stay on top. Not the start that we expected from Fun Anywhere, but there's definitely a lot more time remaining in this race for him to retake back P1.
Surprising to see Cesar outlap Fun Anywhere there, because I came back and I just happened to notice that he's about 200ths of a second faster in the first 10 minutes of the qualifying session. And Shami as well. Shami is back. I hope Shami doesn't have his string of bad luck that he did have yesterday, because, you know, those collisions, man, he must have had something to say at the end of those races, but he had a lot of collisions, or he was involved in a lot of collisions on yesterday's race, going very wide there once he exits the arena corner. Then we have Fierce PVA Meister as well, right? He had a very good race yesterday. The yellow Supra, there we go, it stands out amongst the rest of the colors. And Fierce B again. So this is a pretty stacked sort of lobby, so it could go anywhere at this point in time. But I'm very pleasantly surprised to see Cesar leading the pack this time around.
I mean, we definitely didn't see that being the case. At least no one really predicted it here on the panel, and I'm sure some viewers as well are pleasantly surprised, but Fun Anywhere is not too far behind. There was a couple of mistakes that we did in fact witness in the previous hot lap that he did do, pushing a little too aggressive once off the track completely and once forced to readjust. A couple of places where I think he could have maintained pace, especially towards the end corner where he did not really use the entirety of the track, didn't get the best of exits coming down the start finish straight as well.
If you listen very closely, Fun Anywhere having a bit of a shifting issue, if you can hear that.
Yeah, maybe he's just having fun knowing for a fact that he is going into the pits there for a fresh set of tires. But eyes on Cesar here. He's the man to beat so far as we approach towards the halfway stage of qualifying. 10 minutes in, Fiersby and Cesar. It's a fight that we have seen between these two guys for track position during the race. But this time it is still qualifying, so fun anywhere. I think he's just buying some time here, waiting for Cesar and Shami to go through. He doesn't really want to come in and fight them for track position. He wants real estate to try and chase that 4/10 of a second deficit that he has onto Cesar at the moment.
He's definitely having some sort of technical issue with his shifting, because I noticed his shifter is just, I don't know, so either start working or he's having trouble upshifting and downshifting while he exits corners, or especially on his exits. So I'm wondering what went wrong there. Like you can notice, you can like actually listen to the audio and notice how he's missing shifts, and it's not the same fun anywhere from yesterday.
I mean, take nothing away from fun anywhere. He's someone I know who likes to have a lot of fun on track. We've seen him, in fact, intentionally go off track, do absolutely intense drama on the circuit when no one's really watching. But that it does look like it might be an issue with his shifting, but hopefully he gets that sorted out, because there is a decent bit of time still remaining in qualifying here for him to try and make up as Cesar comes into the pit. Shami up into third. That's a good bit of positions he's managed to make up. If he does manage to end up starting second on the grid, I think it's going to be a good overall set of points in his reach to try and make up, because yesterday it was kind of disappointing for him to have spun out in front of the finish line and lose that fourth position up on Nürburgring. So he's going to be looking for redemption.
Redemption he gets. So that's the fastest lap of the qualifying so far, 2:17.884. That's going to put Shami in P1. Brilliant stuff coming in from Shami 9.4 this time around. Beautiful qualifying lap there, very clean. He got a very fast exit onto the start-finish straight as well. That's going to put him in P1. I am very excited now, considering Shami's going to be starting in the front row, because guess what? He doesn't have to deal with all the traffic now.
Well, I'm trying to listen to Fun Anywhere as a rev right there. I think he's back. I think he's managed to sort out whatever issues he had with the shifter, and you can already see he is close. He is very close indeed. So I believe he might actually just dive into the pits to try and get a fresh pair of tires on and give it his all for maybe a lap or two. I mean, it is Nürburgring. It's significantly longer as compared to Interlagos. So maybe he's still got one hot lap in him, even if he does dive into the pits at the end of this lap. You're going to stick with him to see if he can make, if indeed this is a hot lap, which I don't expect to be the case. I believe he is not as fast as he would have liked to be. So let's wait and see how things play out there. Cesar, though, coming in 2/100ths of a second slower than Shami. Don't think he's going to be able to improve on his PB, and yeah, he's going to continue to stay in P2. Shami.
He's still having those gear problems. You see that? He's not able to downshift in some corners. He's not able to upshift in some corners. So,
well,
I hope he can get that technical bit sorted, because he is losing time to the likes of Shami and Cesar there, who's kind of stolen P1 and P2 off him. Fun Anywhere, we know for a fact, is very fast as well on Nürburgring. He did clock in 8:2:17 yesterday, so I'm hoping he can fix his issue. and try and give these guys a run for their money. But as of now, I mean, he just has barely any barely any time left. Just about 2 minutes, 3
minutes left.
minutes, or 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. So, it's up to these guys as well. Let's not count out FSB, let's not count out Maisto and VA as well. Who have a equal chance to upset any of the front runners.
Indeed, Maester, I believe, did have an incident yesterday, which pretty much meant that he had to start at the back of the grid for Interlagos. So, not the ideal situation for him, but it's about almost 2 seconds behind Shami right now, which, if he continues to hold on to this lead, would be one of the most surprising results in qualifying we have had in this entire tournament, SK.
Oh yeah, that would be a big surprise for sure. But I mean, let's see. But there's also Interlagos. Let's not forget about the second track that these guys have, because there is another crucial part of this point system where they do have a second opportunity, and we've seen time and again people who are slower on Nürburgring much faster on Interlagos. So let's just see how it goes. If Fun Anywhere can string in one last lap and secure P1, I feel like he has a habit of starting ahead in front of the grid, but unfortunately he's just this time around not able to really do anything. It looks pretty smooth now. Up until now, looks very smooth.
Yeah, and he's got about 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's enough for like one good lap for him. So he has to make this lap count.
Yeah, this is all or nothing here right now for Fun Anywhere. We're going to stick with him as he comes in down towards turn 1. Early use, in fact, he doesn't use the apex. That turn there almost certainly cost him some time. He did get forced a little too wide and had to brake a little more than what he would have liked to, using all of the curve there at the arena turn. He definitely does not look very comfortable like he has previously on this track, and I think this is a perfect opportunity. As we say that, we see Cesar in fact go even faster and take that P1 away from Shami. So for all the front runners out there, it's a golden opportunity. This is the time for them to seize P1, and if they can make it incident free out of that first turn, they might just be on track to not just pick up the race win that they've been so waiting for, but also get those valuable points that's gonna cement their position in that top 10 of that leaderboard, SK.
Yeah, and it's not just that last lap. It's more to do with the surprise element, right? Because Cesar put in his fastest lap on literally the end of the qualifying, and Shami is in no position to react to it or even fight it, because I'm not sure actually. Shami can finish this lap. He still has a minute, so I'm guessing Shami will be allowed to finish his lap. Let's keep an eye out and see if he can bring it in P1, or is he gonna be short, because he's only about 400ths of a second, and it's very easy, a small amount of time to catch up in any one of these corners. He's looking very fast this time around. Unfortunately, not enough for P1. So Cesar is gonna secure P1 for this qualifying session. Shami and P2. Fun Anywhere. Let's just keep an eye out. It's very slow. This is not the same Fun Anywhere we saw yesterday. So he's almost 3 seconds off his time from the race that he took part yesterday. So very weird to see him in this position. But I'm guessing he has some sort of technical difficulties. Hopefully he can fix it by the time the race starts. And it's going to be P4 Maister, P5 FSB, and VA is going to round off our top 6 for the final two races of today's round robin.
I mean, coming in, who would have thought fun anywhere? Let alone the fact that he's not starting on pole, but he is starting second row of the grid. And the saving grace for him yesterday was the fact that despite him getting off very slow off the starting line, since he was in P1, he was able to still catch up before turn 1 and continue to stay up front. So with the qualifying coming to a close, Fire is going to go off track. And yeah, that wasn't really the session that he was really hoping for. But let's see if he can make things up here at the race itself. We have 6 racers lining up at the start of the grid. Scissor, a surprise pole coming in, but a well-earned one. And that Shami has been super fast as well. Up into the first row of the grid at second. 2, 1, the lights go off, and we have Shami getting off to a decent start. Cesar is going to dive in and take the racing line, but Shami is going to challenge him towards the outside going into turn 1. Is he going to be able to get it clean? He makes connection. Oh no, Shami is going to actually give an opportunity for Meister to go through, but now they're in a tussle themselves. Shami's got the inside line. Meister is going to continue to challenge him. He's going to get a decent exit by the looks of things. No, he doesn't. It is Shami who breaks a hundredth of a second later there, allowing him to go past Meister nice and clean out of the exit. He's gonna stay in second position, but Cesar got a wonderful start there. Lucky though, that collision going into turn 1 almost seems to have done nothing to his pace there, SK.
Yeah, that was just a very, very tricky first corner. A lot of collision, but Shami, holding it down against Meister. It was very aggressive because he had to, like you said, brake very late if he had to keep that inside line. But Fierce is gonna go. He's gonna brake and turn in too early, and the curb is just gonna drag him into the grass there, and Fierce is gonna lose a bit of time. 0.4 seconds. Fun anywhere now. We can start to see him push. He's already on the back of VA, but I'm very sad to see Fun Anywhere in the back of the pack. A guy who is pretty much at the top of the leaderboard now, starting in P6, in P6 on lap 1. Not the best starts for Fun Anywhere, but Caesar, he just capitalized on that. He got a nice start ahead. Gets that lead, cooking now, and now it's up to Shami and Meister to try and catch up. And also, if you take a look at Shami, he was putting much consistent laps yesterday. So I have a feeling, Caesar is not really out of any sort of pressure, because Shami is one that puts in a very good amount of consistent laps, and he's overall super fast as well. So Caesar is going to have to buckle down and keep that concentration level on a high, and Maestro, Fierce, have to watch out for Fun Anywhere. He's already made up a place. He's taken down VA, and now he is in the slipstream of Fierce B as well. So Fun Anywhere is going to try and push for that podium finish, because they're not really that far away, just a second or two. And you can see him there in that red Supra pushing super hard to try and catch up to P4, that is Fierce B 971.
Yep, Fun Anywhere is all over Fierce B there, going into the arena turret. Is he gonna be able to get the exit? Nah, Fierce B. He's still got his hands full there. Fun Anywhere pulls ahead. Can he stick the move though going into the turn? I think he should be able to. In fact, he's blistering fast down the straight and into 4th now. We have seen Fun Anywhere do this in practice on Interlagos day before yesterday. The practice race for these guys going into round robin, and we did see in fact Fun Anywhere make a slight bit of contact with one of the fellow drivers, and that actually sent him all the way to the back of the pack, and he was able to muscle his way back to second position by the end of 8 laps. Looks like he's going to be looking to replicate that, if not go one better and maybe even take the race That would make for quite a story to tell at the end of this one, wouldn't it,
Oh,
SK?
that would make a brilliant story. Starting off having a very poor qualifying from P6 all the way to P1. That would be a fairy tale, a Cinderella story. But he's got the pace. He's definitely got the pace to catch up to the front runners, and you can see it already. 2 places in 2 laps, and he is hunting down a Maestro right now. He just a second, 1.6 seconds between the two, but I feel like Fun Anywhere has a much better pace, and you can see him at Vidal, very smooth. Um, he already made up like 200ths of a second just from Vidal alone. So yeah, I think a couple more laps, and you will see Fun Anywhere kind of knock on the doors of Maestro and go for that podium finish, because it is very important for him to secure as much as points that he can, because he just has he has Interlagos and then 2 more races tomorrow for him to secure the top 10, and whatever technical difficulty there is, I hope he can fix it by the time the races start tomorrow. And he's already caught up. He's very close to Maestro. This is the section where he shines a lot, Sector 1. If you look at the way Fun Anywhere attacks Sector 1, it is perfect, it's precise, and he's got very good exit speeds. He's going to go long. Now he's going to dive on the inside, and he's going to get a much better exit than Maestro into the slipstream. Is he going to dive down here is the real question, because he loves to go on the outside, but this time around respects Maestro's line. Is going to try and look at him, try and keep the distance close, because going into Dunlop is not the smartest move here. You don't want to be trying to risk it, because Dunlop is not, it's not an easy corner to tackle, and not when you're overtaking at least.
I mean, Maester has made a mistake a couple of times at this turn itself during the previous races. I specifically remember seeing him shoot out wide once and hit the gravel in one of the previous races. So I think Fun Anywhere, like you said, it's not the best of places to make that overtaking move, but as long as he keeps the pressure on Maester, there is a good chance that he gets forced into an error just straight from the pressure itself from behind, allowing Fun Anywhere to push into that podium position there, SK.
Yeah, I think that's his game plan at the moment. He's just trying to stay as close as possible to Maestro, exert that bit of pressure, and hope that Maestro will make these mistakes, and then he will capitalize on it and try and get P3. That seems like the plan for Fun Anywhere, but Sector 1, like I said, that's the place where he shines the most in Nürburgring, and you can see him here trying to tuck into that slipstream. If he is able to be, close enough, I think he's going to have enough speed going into turn number 1. Yes, indeed. Look at the distance he has there. He's going to try and keep it in the slipstream. Good defense coming in from Maestro, but I don't think he can say anything about this unless he breaks late. Both of them breaking super late into this. Maestro, is there going to be a bit of collision? Nope. Fun Anywhere. Brilliant stuff coming in. Is going to secure P3.
I mean, at that point of time, Fun Anywhere, perfect time on the brakes there. A second too late and he shoots wide a second earlier, and Maester continues to hold the line there. But Fun Anywhere there, the perfect time, allowing him to squeeze himself ahead, and Maester pretty much was forced to back away from that fight. He knew that Fun Anywhere had the better hand there, and he gets himself into third position. Now he's got a fair bit of distance to make, 3.6 seconds to cover before he's able to challenge Shami, who's ahead in second position, who we haven't seen too much in this race. That's pretty much because he's been incident free. He's continuing to put these fast laps in, coming in Scissor first, Shami second. All of us would have had a hearty laugh thinking about that, SK.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also, I'd like to see Fun Anywhere now try and, close this 3-second gap. I know it's a tall ask with only 4 laps remaining, but if he does have a very blistering fast pace going into some of these sectors. So if he can secure, some more seconds, I think he can catch up to Shami, because he's already left Maestro behind almost a second now. a second and a half almost between him and Maestro. So he's got the pace, and they're all in striking distance, right? You can see the blue Supra of Shami just in the distance from Fun Anywhere. Everyone beautifully hitting that Weedall section here. It just looks so good on the cinematic when they go into that and exit it perfectly. Uh, and yeah, I think I'll put my money on Fun Anywhere. Hopefully in Interlagos he can really recover, but I am surprised at the way Caesar is like stepped up, especially in this race. I feel like he's put in a lot of work overnight and he's improved, and he's just super fast going into day two. And I'm just hoping that the improvement into day three will be much higher as well, and see him clock those 216s.
I'm gonna be also interested to see how the leaderboard is gonna shape up. We will get to have a look at it at the end of today after Interlagos, which will be coming up next. But we know for a fact if things stay as it is, it's gonna be Ancient Fleb in the lead. We did have a four-way tie for first at the end of yesterday, but all of that is going to completely switch up today as we do see Cesar pushing up. We did see Abi to speed get, as well as our KV, in fact, do really well today. Our KV, who was pretty much just at the cusp of top 10, he's going to find himself a lot higher up the leaderboard at the end of today. Fun Anywhere is probably going to tuck himself up somewhere about third or fourth position. But yeah, there is still a lot of time for redemption. There's still 3.5 laps remaining in this race itself, and we have seen crazy storylines build up in races in the past. We've seen some really incredible turn of events, but looking at the way Cesar and Shami have been disciplined, the way they've been constantly at the top of the game so far, is a very small probability of that actually happening here, SK.
Yeah, I think you are true. I don't think he has an opportunity. He tried, he's had a very good run, and he's kind of maintained his lead as well. Pretty solid 2 seconds. Shami is not gonna be able to do that in the last 2 laps unless Cesar does make a huge mistake, which doesn't seem like it, because. Actually, you know what? I would want to correct myself there, because it almost seems like Caesar lost a lot of time just in the moment that I said that it's not enough time to catch up. Shami almost cancels out about 400ths of a second there in just 2 corners. So maybe Caesar is slowing down a bit, and Shami is kind of just pedal to the metal. So we might see a exciting end to this. I know it's only 2 laps remaining, but it seems as though Shami's got a footing now, and he's pushing hard. Just 1.7 seconds between the two. But with respect to Fun Anywhere, I don't think he's in any sort of threat at the moment. So it's gonna be up to Shami now to either upset Caesar or he's gonna sit in P2, and he should be very happy about P2 as well, because we all know what happened to Shami yesterday. He had a bunch of collisions and he ended up in like P8, P6, and I think in the overall table he's 9th or 10th at the moment. So yeah, he should be very, very happy about his finish today, securing him a lot of points and putting him at least in a safety net going into the grand finals.
Indeed, man. At the moment, it's just a question of these guys. They've getting in to that checkered flag incident free. I think everyone has had an amazing race, especially the top 3. Cesar and Shami continuing to hold their positions from the start, while Fun Anywhere, he did get dropped all the way down to 6 and has managed to muscle his way back into a potential podium finish here. So that is redemption considering how qualifying at the start of the race went down for him. But he's still going to be pretty disappointed that he didn't walk away from Nürburgring with a W. But coming in, 2 more laps remaining. All these races, I think, at this point of time are not really going to be looking to push the limits as much, but instead
secure their position.
Yeah, secure their position.
Yeah.
And you want to try and hold on to your tires as well, right? You want to try and keep them in optimum shape. You don't want to try and burn out what is left of it here for this 2 remaining laps.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that P1 to P6 is going to remain unchanged. Just to the fact that, yeah, like you said, no one's in a position to really, make any overtakes, make any moves, and they don't want to, push too hard and then lose out. Like Maestro right here, 0.3 second, which is, very close. It's not a penalty that you want to take on the last lap or last 2 laps, considering Fiersby is close on your tail. But yeah, this man right here, Fun Anywhere, brilliant drive from him. Didn't have the best of qualifying, but I think he should be very happy with the podium because he went all the way down to P6 and he fought his way to a podium finish. And Cesar as well, huge improvement from Cesar. And we're going to see him take P1 in a couple of laps, and he's going to take the first win of race number 3. And he's going to be mighty confident going into Interlagos as well, because he's looking very, very clean in these races.
Yeah, Cesar is definitely a big confidence booster, not just for him, but for Shami as well, for the race on Interlagos later today, as well as the 2 remaining races for them tomorrow. They're going to be looking at making it into that top 10, and if they continue to put out results like this, I don't see why that wouldn't really be the case. Shami has always been a fighter all throughout yesterday as well. Didn't really have the best of starts in both races. He did have incidents up at turn 1 in both those situations. He managed to claw his way back, finishing 5th and 4th, keeping him in that top 10, and the 2nd place finish is definitely going to cement his top 5 position on the leaderboard, while the rest of the pack, especially races like Fiersby and Co, now we're going to see that gap start to emerge in the leaderboard as well at the end of today between the top 10 and the rest of the pack, and they're going to have a lot of distance to cover in 2 races come tomorrow to try and make it into the finals, and that is going to mean try and push all out, maybe even in certain situations having to win both their races to stand a chance of making it there, and that is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on some of these young shoulders with 3 positions to qualify into that Asia Nations Cup on the line next weekend.
Yeah, I think the top 10 now is going to get very, very interesting at the end of today. And tomorrow, like you said, is going to be a lot of pressure for at least the guys who are in 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, because these are the guys that will have the most pressure. Because, the rest of the guys, I think, at least ahead, there's a big point difference that's, established between P1 to P5 in the overall scoreboard. But I think it's the eliminations, the guys who are closer to the 10th place, 8th, 9th, 10th. These are the guys that will have a lot of pressure to secure every single position on the track. So, once the scores are announced today, we will get to see, who are these racers that are in danger, because the danger is that they will not be able to qualify to the grand finals. And then with that being said, they will not be able to, again, fight for those top 3 slots going into the Asia Cup.
And Cesar comes in to take the checkered flag and the win here at Nürburgring. The celebrations are in. And Xavi is going to say, you know what? I'm going to do one better and Fun Anywhere is like, yep, I'm joining into the party. Wait, hello? 8 seconds?
Oh,
he's still going to cross the finish line, and yep. I don't think it's going to cost him. Just about makes it in. Maester.
Yeah, a lot of these guys kind of hit the first thing, which is not the checkout flag. It's the one in the middle where you can see the man swinging the flag, and fun anywhere. They're almost costing his place, but 6 to 8 seconds between him and Fierce P is gonna see him secure third. Brilliant stuff from Caesar. Very perfect race, very good qualifying, and big improvement coming into day two, which is exactly what you want to see, considering you are fighting for your place in the top 10. And Shami as well, he should be very, very delighted with this P2, with all the series of unfortunate events that happened to him yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama unfolding here today in day two of the round robin for the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. Only top 10 at the end of this weekend will make it through to the finals. We are pretty much almost at the end of day two. One more race coming up on Interlagos. Will it be redemption time for Fun Anywhere, or will it continue to be Cesar's day, and will he be able to punch in his second race win here on race Saturday? I'm Shades here. That is SK Please. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back shortly on Interlagos, so don't go anywhere. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shane. Joining me is SK. Please, we're going to actually just jump straight into the action as we're pretty much ready to jump into qualifying here for Interlagos. Let's go ahead and see the race setup so far coming in. We're gonna have 6 racers. Fun anywhere, time for redemption for him. He's not had a fast time around, not the best time around either on Nürburgring, but let's see if he can get back to the front row here at Interlagos. He did finish 3rd position though, despite getting bumped down to P6 during lap 1 the last time around. So it's not a place he really wants to be. He did start, in fact, 2nd row, something that we did not foresee going into the previous race. We did have a lot of expectation from him, especially after his counterpart from the other group, Ancient Fleb, managed to get 2 wins under his belt today, making it 3 out of 4, and will take the lead in the leaderboard at the end of today. But can Fun Anywhere keep the pace up and stay top 3? That's going to be the question here. But Cesar, he's the man we're going to stay with for the first hot lap here, making his way through the Senna S, going for that sun turn. It's a fast-paced turn as they go all out down the opposite straight. Fast part of the circuit here, and it's a break back down towards Lake Descent. A wonderful view of the lake. Left-hand turn followed by another left turn, moving up to a very tricky part of the circuit here. It's the horseshoe. Does start an entire series of tricky turns, in fact. Next up, the Little Orange. You want to get a fast exit back out as you break back again into the small pine tree. Back on the throttle for a bit before you're going to have to deal up with Duckbill. Another turn here, as you're gonna have to try and navigate this turn at high pace, moving all the way up to junction. The last part that requires braking as you start to accelerate out into Cafe is just all out speed down towards the pit lane entry, into bleachers, into the start finish straight. Let's see if he can get a sub 150 lap in. Does look like he's just about gonna get it under a 149.540. It's gonna keep him in provisional pole for now. VA, in fact, is a good 2.5 seconds behind, and Fun Anywhere takes pole. Provisional pole, at least for now. Super fast around the circuit. He shaved a good 1 second of Cesar's timings, but to be frank, it wasn't the fastest of timing either. It was a 149, a mid 149 at that. And Fun Anywhere gets himself into the 4.8s there. And that's going to be the benchmark, at least for now. Shami is up into 3rd position. Oh, he's almost in touching distance of Cesar. He's just 0.05 of a second slower. Definitely time that he can make up in the remaining period of qualifying. It's a good 20 minutes for all the new viewers who are tuning in. It is 20 minutes of practice session, which is going to be used for qualifying, followed by a 8-lap race around the circuit. We were at Nürburgring the last time around. Now we are on Interlagos. 1:45 p.m. Fine weather. Just the way it's supposed to be. Shami is in fact going to decelerate back out, knowing that he did lose some time there. No point in punishing the tires there. He's going to give himself some distance and another crack at a flying lap later down the line. It's stay on board with Fierceby. Again, middle of the pack the last time around as well. Did get the best of starts and did get pushed down the order. Would have liked to have had a top 3 finish, but I think he's also one of the races like Fun Anywhere looking at redemption here at Interlagos. It is a very tricky circuit. It is a circuit that these guys necessarily haven't raced quite a bit on. So there is a huge opportunity for there to be mistakes in the race, something that veteran racers on this track will be able to punish in a heartbeat. Mesa, in fact, is coming out of the pit right now. Seems like he did go in for a fresh set of tires very early on in qualifying. Not sure if that was the case or whether he just wanted to buy time to get himself into an optimal position out on the track. Either or, we'll get to know of it in just a bit. Cesar, I think he's messed that turn up. He did shoot it a tad bit too wide there. We saw at least a couple of those tires on the grass. Not using the curb as much as we did see Ancient Fleb use on his lap around the circuit. Cesar giving himself a lot more margin for error as he stays in the middle of the track, but what that does mean is his time is gonna be significantly slower in the grand scheme of things. 1:36 as he makes his way towards the pit lane entry. This is gonna be a challenging time though. It doesn't look like that is gonna be the case. It looks like a 1:49 at best. Yep, 1:49. This is PB and gets him about half a second closer to Fun Anywhere, but is still a fair bit of distance to make up, a fair bit of speed to make up as well. Shami, let's see how his flying lap is going down. Doesn't look like he's very close though at the moment. Cesar did manage to make up a significant amount of time in his previous lap. Shami can't do the same though. The distance continues to stay at half a second. Fierce B up at 4th. VA, a racer who did have a very competitive finish up in his previous round of qualifying. This time around, he's not had the best of stages so far. He's been pretty much bottom half yesterday and the first race today. Yeah, his contact made there. I believe that was Fun Anywhere. He's not going to be happy there. VA at the end should have probably pulled off the racing line and let Fun Anywhere through, but yeah, it is what it is. He's not going to be happy whatsoever. Cesar, meantime, the chase is on. How much faster can he go? Coming down the start finish straight. It looks very promising. 1:49.060. It's actually 400ths of a second slower than the last time around. So almost identical lap times coming in there for Cesar. While Shami still a good 1.1 second behind Fun Anywhere. So unlike the last time around where he was challenging for pole, he was provisional pole in fact for a fair bit of the qualifying session, but it's not going to be the case here. He's going to immediately dive into the pits. He knows he needs to change things up a fair bit to give himself a fighting chance here for the remainder of this qualifying session. Let's stay on board Cesar here. Yeah, that turn right there, it's been not the best. The little orange Cesar almost seems to lose a fair bit of time there. If he manages to nail that, that should be able to make up majority of that 0.5 second deficit onto Fun Anywhere, because the rest of the track right now, the rest of the sectors, he seems to be pretty much at ease. Even the turn here going into Cafe, he's got a decent exit as he accelerates all the way down, but I don't expect it to be better than his previous time. 0.5 seconds is what we are looking at right now, and oh my lord, he went significantly faster. In fact, 3,000ths of a second is what separates Cesar and Fun Anywhere, but it is a lead regardless. Fun Anywhere holds on by the skin of his teeth. Shammy, yeah, he is in a completely different fight altogether right now. So far behind in race terms. Coming down the start-finish straight, this is his first out lap after pitting. Let's see if his time is gonna take a significant improvement here. Senna S using all of the curb, and he's gonna skid a little bit there. Barely manages to readjust back in time, but what it does do regardless is cost time. That's a lot of time missed there. I think close to about half a second give or take in that first turn alone. Mistakes like that, every single bit is gonna add up, especially if you're trying to shave 1.1 seconds off your PB. You do need to make up quite a bit of time to catch up to Fun Anywhere, but
so I'm guessing it looks as though, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm back again. But I'm guessing it looks as though Fun Anywhere is pretty much in his comfort seat, and he's back in P1, which is really nice to see, considering he didn't have the greatest of races last time around in Nürburgring, ending with the podium, but I don't think he's satisfied with that P3. But looking at him now, P1 away from Cesar and P2 and Shammy and P3, Fierce P4. VA and P5 and Maestro and P6, so a good switch around. We see Cesar and Fierce B going into the pit lane now to get a fresh set of rubber and try and compete for that time, but he's only about 0.003 in ahead of Cesar, so they are very neck and neck. It's like almost a hairline gap between both of them in this qualifying session. So 148.467. As you guys keep an eye on that, 147 is the time that Fun Anywhere set yesterday. So he's much faster than the time that he's set currently in this session. So we got to keep an eye out on that. With that being said, Cesar as well has a very good opportunity. There's about 8 minutes left in this qualifying session. Fresh set of rubber. He's gonna have one out lap and about 2 laps of qualifying for him to topple or ruin the chances of Fun Anywhere's position going into this race. Meanwhile, Maestro as well, P3 this time around, so brilliant qualifying from this man on Interlagos. He was at the back of the pack in Nürburgring, but this time around he is in the second row, so he will get a very good start or a very good opportunity going into the Senna S's as well to gain a few positions or try and pounce into the lead. Shammy is going to be alongside him in P4, and then P5 and P6. The third row is going to be Fierce B and VA. VA is having very calm qualifying, very calm race, much slower than his qualifying and race pace that we had seen in previous weeks. So he's going to go in for a fresh set of rubber as well, and I think so is Fierce B. I think every one of them right now, which is like the halfway point, they are trying, or towards the end of the qualifying, they're trying to get one fresh set of rubber, one out lap, and one qualifying lap before they call it and move towards the final race of the day. And Cesar very, very good sector 1. He's in the purples of his best time, and he's very, very, he's so close. I mean, it's awesome to see the difference, which is just 0.003. That is so minute. It's like uh, it's so rare to see as well in qualifying sessions, but I'm glad it's up on the board there so everyone can see it. 148.467 is the time to beat for Caesar, which was set by Fun Anywhere. And Shami as well, hundreds of a second behind Caesar. He can gain some time. This is on board with Shami. You can see him much faster into the entry, and beautiful clean exit onto turn number 4. As he tackles the next few stretches. This is the most technical bit of the track with the hairpins and the horseshoe, the duckbill, and it is just very, very technical. And you see a lot of racers slide off, primarily because how these curbs react. And just as I say that, you see Shami braking too early, going off into the grass, and he's gonna lose a bit of time there. Caesar still coming into the backstraight, into the bleachers now. Final opportunity for him. 147, and he sets the fastest lap. There we go. He's gonna set the fastest lap, and he's faster than 0.031. So Fun Anywhere on that fresh set of rubbers now has to fight for his position and try and get back P1, because Caesar, what a brilliant lap coming in from this guy. No mistakes made there, and he made up that 0.003 gap that he had on Fun Anywhere. So the fresh rubber making huge difference for Caesar. He's gonna be in P1 now, and I think it's just one lap remaining. 3 more minutes in this qualifying session. Can Fun Anywhere or Shami or Maestro or Fierce B or VA put in a scorched of a lap, change their positions, best their times, and try and challenge Caesar for P1? Let's keep an eye out on Fun Anywhere now. 37 seconds. I think 41 is going to be sector 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, Caesar, he had a couple of attempts where he did have a much faster sector 1, but up at sector 2 he did end up losing a bit of the I think he might have bugged out over there. For sure, you can teleport like that. But yeah, we're gonna stick with Caesar here, who's almost lost it there for a second. Did have a slight bit of a glitch there, but yeah, Fun Anywhere 0.1 second now. I think Caesar did manage to go even faster in that previous outing, so he's got a little bit more of a gap now down, and
I think Shami as well. Fun Anywhere did top his previous lap, because Shami has 600ths of a second now. So yeah, I mean, it is gonna be up to Shami as well. It is possible for him. This lap, however, he looks much cleaner. Maestro drops to P4 from P3. Last lap, any surprises we're gonna get? I don't.
We got the surprise. There you go. Fun Anywhere.
Fun Anywhere. 148, 167. He's gonna steal P1 from under Caesar's nose. 200ths of a second faster on that last qualifying lap. Big props to this guy here. Huge last lap, unlocking every bit of concentration there. He's gonna be happy securing P1 Interlagos. And it is gonna benefit him hugely, because the first turn, left and right, the Senna S's, he's gonna come out on in the front if he's able to tackle that, and there he goes off track into the barrier. He's happy. He's gonna take a break. Caesar's gonna go off track as well. This is gonna be the end of the qualifying session in just about some time. There we go, the final 10 seconds. So P1 Fun Anywhere, P2 Caesar, P3 Shami, P4 Maestro, P5 Fierce B, and VA in P6. Take it away, Shade, for the final race of day 2 round robin.
Interlagos, the tricky race for many of these racers coming in. Up onto pole is gonna be Fun Anywhere. The blistering lap at the end of that session onto fresh set of tires. Caesar led for such a long time, and he's gonna be gutted that he did not actually manage to stay up, but he's still got the front of the grid as we're gonna go racing down. The first straight there, Fun Anywhere. Let's look at how he comes down the start finish straight. Cesar immediately moves on the outside and he's gonna make contact with the rear tire there, but he's gonna settle back behind Fun Anywhere going to the first turn. No incidents whatsoever. Fun Anywhere, just the kind of start that he wanted. He's gonna be able to stay up in front. Cesar did try his absolute best there, takes the peak on the outside, makes slight bit of contact, but he knew that opportunity was just not there in Senna S, and he backs away at the perfect time, not only keeping him immediately behind and touching distance of Fun Anywhere, but allowing him to lap significantly faster than Shami, who is already about 0.8 of a second behind. Now Cesar, he's just got Fun Anywhere in front of him. Time to pretty much focus in, tunnel vision in, and try and find an overtaking maneuver escape.
Yeah, you can see Cesar there already on the attack. He is very sharp on those corners there. 200ths of a second. Fun Anywhere slowly but surely pulling away. And what I'd like to keep an eye on is Shami. He is also on the aggressive there. So going into that final corner into the bleachers is where you're going to see these guys with the fast exits come up ahead. And Fun Anywhere, he is looking mighty confident and he's gonna... Oh no.
Yeah, I think that was just... Did he disconnect?
Did he disconnect? Oh, he's still there. He's still there. I think it was just a glitch from our side. But Fun Anywhere, it's gonna go into that section there. Cesar closely following him. Shami as well. Everyone just 400ths of a second between each other on the first lap there. But Fun Anywhere, he's gonna be in P1. Cesar in P2. Shami in P3. Maestro in P4. Followed by Fierce B in P5 and VA in P6. So Shami here has to push if he wants that P2. He's stuck again in P3 and I don't think he's gonna be wanting this position. As we see in the distance, Fun Anywhere is gonna go wide and rejoin the track. I think he's gonna have some internet issues.
Yeah, it does look like he's having... Yeah.
All the way to P5.
I mean... Yeah, I think there might be like a spectator thing going on. Cause
I have no idea what's going on, and Fun Anywhere is back again in P1. He just like mops his way into position 1 again. Maybe it is a spectator glitch, but Shami there, slippery slightly on the curb. He's been having issues on that particular turn all throughout qualifying as well. Let's hope he doesn't really, make a huge mistake and it takes him out. But all the positions remaining same. VA has dropped far behind the pack, almost 11 seconds from the leading pack. But Fun Anywhere still in P1, lap number 2. Fierce be pushing towards Maestro. So the gaps here have slowly but surely opened up. Cesar is trying to close down onto Fun Anywhere, but I think going into this back straight, you can see there's about 600ths of a second between them, and Maestro is getting hunted here. Fierce P in the slipstream. I'm pretty sure Fierce P is going to go for this move. He's got a lot more speed exiting the bleachers there and into the start-finish straight. Fierce B on the outside. This is a dangerous line to take, but we've seen people on the outside here close down, but Maestro aggressive late braking. He's gonna try and defend that position and shuts the door onto Fierce B on the Senna S as they go. And Maestro is gonna be in P4 for another lap. Beautiful defense coming in, but Fierce B is gonna continue the attack on the outside. Let's see if he's able to outbrake Maestro into turn number 4.
Yeah, there's Fierce B constantly on the aggression. He's not gonna let go of Maester. There is straight up behind him, about 200ths of a second only, and that distance is where the slipstream's gonna be really helpful in allowing you to slingshot straight ahead. But a couple of opportunities where Fierce B has had a look at a potential overtaking move, but it hasn't really been presented an opportunity thanks to Maester readjusting his racing line. He looks down the outside there, Fierce B, but Maester again just about readjusts at the perfect time to ensure that...
Yeah, I think the defense on Maestro is pretty solid, and he's just making sure that he kind of doesn't give uh, Fierceby enough space. But we cannot take credit away from Fierceby. He looks much faster than Maestro, and you can see what's happening with the rest of the pack as well. The front three runners are slowly distancing themselves from Maestro and Fierceby, and I think Fierceby really wants to get ahead of Maestro primarily because he wants to try and battle it out for P3 there.
Yeah, Fun Anywhere continues to be fast up. I think he picks up a small bit of time penalty there, but this is the fight we want to watch.
Oh my god, that is aggressive stuff coming in. Fierceby, we saw him try and close the door on the outside, but Maestro is going to cut him across, going into the right-hand corner of the Senna S's, and there we go. Comes out on top again, defending for the fourth time since the start of this. Every single lap he's been trying to defend Fierceby. This battle is the most exciting to watch because up front, there's still a lot of cat and mouse, still a lot of catching up going on. We don't see anyone close enough to make the move, but I think Shami is starting to close, put the pressure on to Caesar and close that gap for 700s to 400s of a second. He's sliding around the place. He's got a very fast pace here, and it's all on the exit towards the last corner. I think that's the real difference between any of these racers here. This section, however, most of them have got it figured out, all with different lines. Maestro still holding that position from Fierceby. Fierceby is going to continue to push up. VA, again, like I said, he has just dropped down all the way down to the end of the pack. But the real fight is going to be for P2, P3, and then P4 and P5. These are the two battles that are constantly going on every single lap. 4 more laps left for either Shami to make a move on Caesar or Fierceby to make a move on Maestro.
Yeah, I mean, we are at the halfway point of the final race of day 2 here in the round robin stage. It is still going to be Fun Anywhere up ahead. Scissor and Shami battling it out for second and third places, and then we have another tight fight down for 4th and 5th. It's pretty much just VA who's kind of missing out on the fun here, 14.5 seconds behind the front running pack. But you must bear in mind though, this might be a fight at the back of the pack in this race, but up on the leaderboard, there's still a lot of points to be had for finishing 4th in one of these round robin races. So Fierceby and Maester definitely gonna give it their all. Maester, in fact, did not have the best of races on Interlagos yesterday, and he's got a fair bit of distance to make up this time around today. But he's got stiff competition coming in from Fierceby as well, constantly on his back, constantly trying to force Maester into an error. He's been having a look on the outside and the inside on multiple occasions now, but that slight readjust in the racing line that we've seen from Maester, I think, is just sign of a cool, composed veteran racer who knows what he's doing, who knows the kind of slipstream advantage that a racer close behind does have.
No,
oh
just
no!
as you know, give him all the bits of compliments, he goes wide. Finally, Fierceby is gonna be a free bird, and you can see him already flying down the back straight. Oh my god, that was just a huge error coming in from Maestro. Goes wide and gives enough space to Fierceby. So Fierceby is going to move on to P4. Whilst this battle still continues, Shami just 400ths of a second, now 500ths of a second off of Caesar. Caesar as well defending this for the past 4 laps. Shami just has 2.5 laps remaining to make this move, and they are absolutely flying in the Supra RZ20s. These are amazing cars, a lot of power, and every one of these guys are probably utilizing it to its fullest potential, especially Fun Anywhere up in front, pacing away. He's got a healthy gap between him and the second and third place. And was say side by side, Shammy and Caesar into this corner. Is there going to be any sort of contact? Nope.
Oh, there is.
Yup, there is contact, but Caesar is going to get the inside line. Shammy's going to try and close it down. But Caesar's got grip, and Shammy makes a brilliant move there. Shammy moves up to P2.
What a move there from Shammy. He sticks it down the inside, pace on the outside going into turn through 2 there. And now Caesar, he left a small window there, and Shammy threads the needle, gets himself into second position. But
I think Shammy is under threat now because Caesar got a brilliant exit there. He's got the slipstream as well, tucked in behind Shammy. Will he go for the inside? Will he go for the outside? That's the real question. He's got the speed onto Shammy. It's all going to come down to the braking. Slipstreaming away, catching up just 200ths of a second. Will Caesar make the big move? No, he's going to dive bomb on the inside. Shammy, can he hold this down? The center S is not the best section, and Caesar closes the door. Shammy is not able to defend the sheer aggression coming in from Caesar there. He absolutely manipulated Shammy's movements there and comes out on top. What a amazing 2 laps we've had between these 2 gentlemen right here.
indeed, man, and we are not done just yet. Caesar is gonna have to deal with this for another lap and a half, as Shammy is just 4/10ths of a second behind. He's gonna lose the rear a little bit there on the exit, but he manages to hold on, drift his way through, and clearly he did lose about 1/10th of a second in that one turn alone. And that, if there is significant amount of laps remaining, wouldn't really have mattered much. But with them being on the penultimate lap, that pretty much means the world, because now Caesar has managed to extend that lead up to 7/10ths of a second, 0.755, 0.768. And that is enough of a distance, preventing Shammy from being able to dive him into Senna S for the last time here on Interlagos. Fun anywhere. He's having a race of zone. He's 3.3 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. This is where we're going to keep our eyes on Caesar and Shammy. I don't think Shammy is close enough to attempt what Caesar did to him the last time around. The overtake on the inside line, manages to hold it on the exit as well. Yeah, there you go. Caesar is going to be cool, calm, collected. One last time. Not only...
I don't think there's a lot more opportunities left for Shammy, because Caesar has opened up a second gap there. Very fast last lap there. Last few sectors, we saw Caesar absolutely flying. Shammy had his chance, but you know, Caesar is just having a brilliant drive these last 2 laps. So you can see the distance there. I think Shammy's gonna be kicking himself for not being able to defend Caesar's overtake onto the Senna S's that happened in lap number 7. Final lap, Shammy's trying to push. I hope he doesn't push too much and make a mistake, because he's only about 3 seconds. And just as I say that, Shammy slides. Shammy goes wide and deep into that corner. Lucky for him, he doesn't lose control of the car. He does grab a 0.5 second penalty. Fiercely has seen this in the distance, but he's about 3 seconds behind Shammy. I think it's a 1 second. Okay, it's a 1 second penalty. So he does have a chance. Fiercely does have a chance here. If he's able to close that gap to 2 seconds or 1 second, the penalty will add on to the last, the overall time for Shammy 94, but I don't think anyone's gonna ruin this man's day. Fun anywhere. One last time onto the bleachers, into the final stretch. He has had an absolutely amazing race. Flashes his blinkers. Fastest lap as well, 148.457. Caesar in P2. Hits the wall, celebrates, and Shammy comes home in P3 with Fierce in P4, Maestro in P5, and VA is gonna finish in P6. What an amazing end to day number 2 of the round robin. Fun anywhere. Redeeming himself from what happened in Nürburgring, ends with a finish with a victory. Um, and Caesar and Shammy as well, giving us some insanely close fights there, all the way to the finish line. Big ups to all these racers that took part today. We've had some. I mean, I think the second half of the day was rather exciting. The first half was very calm. They had some leaders. We saw them kind of like move away, and it was just like a very chill race. But I think the second half of today was much more exciting. Very fun stuff to see from the middle of the pack as well, and Fun Anywhere they're redeeming himself at the end. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna change our scoreboard completely, because we had different results all throughout day number 2. Um, Except I think at least in the top 5 we'll see big changes, and Shami as well. Shami's grabbed a good amount of points in the second half of today, and he's not going to be in any sort of threat because he was in ninth at the end of day 1. But I think Shami is going to push himself a little up, give himself a bit of safety net going into day number 3, Shade.
Indeed, man. I think we witnessed a couple of amazing races there to end day 2 of the round robin. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable day. Fun anywhere. Is disappointment on Nürburgring. Everyone expected him to be the fastest there. Everyone expected him to take pole and the victory pretty convincingly and try and replicate what Ancient Pleb did earlier today. Which is itself an amazing fairy tale to talk about, right? 2 poles,
Yeah.
2 start to finish.
Yeah.
P1 closes it out, 3 out of 4 wins. That's a massive achievement in itself, coming in from him going into day number 3, and that's gonna pretty much scare some of the front runners on what to expect from day 3. SK, I do believe we have the results ready from today. So, SK, do the honors.
And there we go. We see the results, the overall results. The first race, we saw Ancient Pleb qualifying in P1, ending the race in P1. He was followed by our KV Abhi Thakur, Dheeraj, Sanchit, Nick the Gamer, Azim, a B2 Speed. So that's gonna be the first race. The second race, we had Ancient Pleb again in P1. Back-to-back victories for him. Abhi2 Speed this time taking P2. Our KV taking P3, followed by Abhi Thakur and Dheeraj Edge. In race number 3, we saw Caesar having a very comfortable victory, followed by Shami 94 who P2, and Fun Anywhere in P3. Surprising, but he had a lot of technical issues. He did have a big crash, if you guys remember, in the first race of or in the third race of the day, where he got punted off. He had to fight his way from P6 all the way to P3, and then redeeming himself in the last race of the Fun Anywhere in P1, Caesar in P2, Shami in P3, Fiersby in P4, Maestro in P5, and VA in P6. So this is going to be the 4 races that we witnessed today. Ancient Pleb, clearly the MVP or the driver of the day, qualifying in P1 in both races and finishing in P1 in both races as well.
Indeed, man. I think at the end of it all, there were a couple of takeaways from today. One is, Fun Anywhere. It's a story where it's not what he would have hoped for coming into today, but definitely something he is not going to be all too disappointed about at the end. He still did manage to keep himself composed throughout the entirety of Interlagos. I mean, races like what happened on Nürburgring, especially to the front runners who would have come in with that invincible mindset, knowing that, hey, this is my race to win. And looking at how it actually played out, sometimes does affect a racer mentally, right? And they need to be at the top of their game if they are to go out and completely put that previous performance behind them and continue to try and go for the victory immediately thereafter. And I think he did a fantastic job of being able to recollect himself going into Interlagos and
Yep.
eventually see it through the finish line. But I think the storyline of this group, the second match, that is Group B plus D, I think has to be about Cesar. I mean, he's had a fantastic storyline all the way through. Not to forget Shami as well. I think these two
Yeah.
guys weren't really favored as much coming into the round robin stages, and I think they've cemented themselves as front runners, if not for the top of the leaderboard, but to make it into that finals on day. I have lost count. This tournament has been going for so long.
That's
Yeah,
a lot of days.
A
But the
lot of
finals
days.
on
26th, though.
and I think you're very right with respect to Shami and Caesar. I think these guys have very good opportunity now. But I think up front, Fun Anywhere versus Ancient Pleb, that's gonna be a crazy battle to witness. And we also have Abby, right? Abby has had fast races. He wasn't really fast today, but we can't count him out. Fierce B has had some crazy races. There's a lot of people here that have surprised us, but I think the big two names that we should take away from day one and day two of round robin is going to be Ancient Pleb and Fun Anywhere. These two gentlemen just showed us some absolutely amazing races, and they've set some very high expectations for us and themselves.
Indeed, man. We are just seconds away from getting to see what that leaderboard is gonna look like. But
I think it's safe to say that Ancient Pleb is gonna be in P1 today, or at the top of this scoreboard. 3 wins. He's looking very confident. Other than that, I think Fun Anywhere, Shami is gonna probably be in top 5. Abby as well is gonna be up there. Caesar. So yeah.
I mean, we don't have to play the guessing game anymore. In fact, the results are ready. So let's just jump straight into it. No surprises whatsoever in the fact that Ancient Flab is leading with 3 race wins, 45 points up top. If I Fun Anywhere did come in second position now with 40 points, just the 2 wins. Cesar is going to be at 34 as well. Abby Tucker is going to be at 34. He's tied in as well. Abhi 2 Speed, I believe he was the one who eventually disconnected. Was that him or was that Abby Tucker? I believe it was Abhi 2 Speed, who had an unfortunate exit out of Nürburgring earlier today and is still managing to find himself in that top 10 position. Shami has made up quite a bit of distance now, is at 6th position. Our KV as well digs himself out of that 10th, 9th place, somewhere you don't want to be for going into day 3 of the round robin. Dheeraj Edge is at 8th, Fierce B on 9th, Nick the Gamer and Meister are tied for 10th on 18 points. Sanchit Pal 14 points, 12th position to round up the top half. How's the bottom half looking like, SK?
Yeah, I mean, it looks shaky, but considering there's only like 2 races remaining, but some of these guys still need to like basically pick, because you look at the point differences from 10th onwards, it's just like 4 to 6 to 10 points, which means they just need one really good race for them to put themselves in this position. But the top 10, I feel like, are deserving at the moment. But Maestro, he's tied right now for that 10th place. So is Nick the Gamer and Maestro, if they're watching this scoreboard, these are the guys that are under pressure. Fierce B as well, Dheeraj as well. So these 8, 9, 10 spots are going to be under pressure throughout tomorrow. And that's going to be from Sanchit, from Jackster. Jackster as well, right? He still has a couple of races left in him, and he's a fast individual. So,
just to put things in perspective, Jackster couldn't actually make it today due to personal commitments.
Okay.
Otherwise, he would have easily continued to stay in top 10. But now that makes things a lot more trickier for him going into the last day as well. It's been an amazing journey here in the round robin so far. A lot of excitement, edge of the seat action live from the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shesir. That is SK, please. We are pretty much at the end of race Saturday. Race Sunday is coming up tomorrow at 5 p.m. where we're going to decide who will be your top 10 GT Supra racers in India, moving on to the finals where they will have a shot at making it into the top 3 positions, which will qualify through to the Asian Nations Cup, where they will get to go up against races from Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines. A lot at stake moving into this Sunday. So we hope to see you folks there tomorrow. See you. Bye-bye. Hope you guys enjoyed the show today. Don't forget to hit that like button. Share it with your friends. Let them know that the show goes live tomorrow at 5 p.m. I'll be there. SK will be there. Hope you guys are there as well. Bye-bye and good night.